somewhere in New York. Jay will be a couple of veterans settling for a second tour of duty with the Mets. At the age of 37, Rusty Staub is expected to supply some left-handed sock, while Dave Kingman handles the power chores from the right side. Philadelphia is the new...
You go, it's how you land. 100 to 1 shot, you call him a klutz. Can outrun the favorite, all he needs is the guts. Your final return will not diminish, and you can be the cream of the crop. It's not where you start, it's where you finish, and you're gonna finish on top.
The executive producer of NBC Sports is Don Ohlmeyer. Today's telecast was produced and directed by David Stern. Our technical director, Sal Nagita.
Time for sports. Yankees and Mets 81. Diamonds in the rough. On the other hand, struggled through most of 1980, with only an occasional magic moment. So Nelson Doubleday went shopping on the free agent market, and even though he lost the big jewel, he did manage a few baguettes before finally buying his center stone. Slightly imperfect, but perfect for the setting. So these are the Mets. For the most part, a shapeless jewel, just waiting to be formed. The Yankees. The Mets 81 began with many of the same problems that had plagued them for years. A suspect pitching staff, trouble at the corners, and the lack of a big power hitter.
Well, Frank, you did it. You got that power hitter that you were looking for. You chased for a while, but you finally came up with Dave Kingman. You must be happy about it.
Yes, I really am. I think I probably just wore him down after 6 months of trying to pick up his contract. But I must say, in all candor, that in making a list of people that could help the Mets because of their desperate need for power, that he was #1 on my shopping list. One swing of the bat to end the ball game, to do what we had to do. He was ahead of Dave Winfield in my book, and therefore he was my #1. So I relentlessly.
Show ball player you were when you left New York. Your troubles with the press have, well, legendary. Is all that?
And let the fans know what happens on the baseball field. And if that does happen, the press and Dave Kingman will get along just fine. Looking forward to the New York scene again, and I feel very much at home. It's nothing like setting foot in strange territory at all. I know my way around. I've got many friends there. I'm looking forward to starting up again, and I'm excited.
You know, everybody talks about Kingman. He left New York. He left some bad taste behind him. He's a moody ball player, but the rumor is that you can handle him and that he likes you as a manager tremendously and will play for you. Why?
I don't know about handling him. I think Dave can handle himself. It was just a matter of, you say he's moody, but there are a lot of guys who can play this game and a lot of guys who can't play this game, and they're moody too. But the only ones that really get the reputation of being moody are the only ones the media care to know about. You know, the guys who hit 220 are moody. They don't care about that.
Well, Dave isn't a 220 hitter. His lifetime average is 243. But we're not discussing a singles hitter. Kingman still holds the Mets home run record, 37 in 1976, and he led the league in 79 with 48 of them. So his mere presence in the lineup will serve to give the team a psychological lift.
I feel with the trade right there, I think it made us a 500 ball club, I think, right off the bat. Now I really feel as if this gives us a legitimate shot to win. We have, depending on what Mookie's going to do, if he's leading off for us, we have the first 3 guys in the lineup that are capable of stealing 30 to 50 bases a year. And you don't have too many teams that can do that. And plus, we have the home run ball now.
This year is going to be a different story, you know, and especially for the pitcher's aspect, if you give up a home run, say the 7th or 8th inning, now you can actually say, well, we got Kingman coming up next inning. Maybe Dave can get a hole in one, or Rusty, or Lee, and now it's going to be a good feeling. It really is.
Take advantage of his strong arm. So where does that leave Joel Youngblood, who's probably the best defensive outfielder they have? Well, Joe Torre wanted Youngblood at third base, but Joel couldn't handle it. So unless there's a trade made, look for John Stearns to begin the season at third, the 16th Met to open there in 20 years. At the other corner, the Mets may have solved their first base problem with the addition of another former teammate, Rusty Staub. But at 37, you have to wonder if he can play every day.
Well, you know, words aren't going to accomplish that. I know I'm in good shape. I was playing every day last year. Being a designated hitter, you got to do a lot of work in between, too. People don't realize that you just don't sit on that bench and accomplish things.
Rusty does have any problems, there's Mike Jorgensen to back him up, or Dave Kingman, or John Stearns. But one thing is certain. Last year's experiment with Lee Mazzilli is definitely over, at least for the moment.
I might be there for a few games. If Rusty has, a couple of days rest or something like that, I'll go and play first base. And Joe and I talked about it. Fine, I'll be glad to do that. But to start there, no. Right now, we're looking to start Rusty at first.
Center field has that mystique. I mean, the center fielder has always been the superstar. Is that one of the reasons why you feel you want to be in center field, that you have to be in center field? Because you are the core of the Mets, their superstar?
No, not at all, because my whole career, since Little League, I've always played center field. So it's different. People talk about having that mystique, playing in center field in New York, behind Mantle and Mays and DiMaggio. But no, it's something I always played. But yeah, you think about playing in New York. But I don't look at it. I don't take that attitude towards it because of that reason. I just have fun going out there and running down the balls. It's just...
Mookie Wilson, fresh from Tidewater, joins Mazzilli and Kingman in the outfield. He should excite the fans with his speed on the bases. The middle of the infield is one of the league's best, with Doug Flynn, last year's Gold Glove winner at second, and Frank Taveras at short. But there are still some question marks. John Stearns hasn't yet fully recovered from a finger operation, although Alex Trevino is more than adequate as his replacement. And finally, there's the pitching. The bullpen seems strong, and Tim Leary draws nothing but raves. However, the rest of the starting staff has to prove itself.
I have 3 guys who have had...
Unfortunately, under the threat of a strike. Let's just hope that sanity prevails and that both sides can come up with a workable formula. As for our teams, well, George Steinbrenner, they have a lot of guys who can play a great many different positions. Joe Torre has got to come up with a right formula, and when he does, they're going to be fun to watch. And don't rule out the possibility of a trade. It wouldn't be too surprising if they came up with Jason Thompson. I'm Bill Mazer. So long, it's been a pleasure.
Kingman just enjoyed every moment of it. There was a lot of negative reaction, Ralph, but there were also a lot of people standing and cheering for Dave Kingman. Mets playing first base and hitting number 5. Alex Trevino is the opening day catcher. Alex will bat number 6.
Chicago, the Cubs beat the Mets. I'd rather hold it. Time out. The Mets beat the Cubs. Give the Mets a break. The Mets beat the Cubs 2-0. Zachary, Hausman, and Allen all combined on the 7-hit shutout. Let's go to the videotape, top of the 4th, and this was it. Lee Mazzilli facing Russell, and boom! That's it. Opposite field home run. Henderson, the former Met, looks up. It's 1-0 Mets. After Kingman strikes out, Russell against Staub, and boom! There it goes. Home run, Rusty Staub. Although the ball bounces back, it was out of the park. 2-0. That was the game. Neil Allen strikes out the last batter, gets the save. 7 straight opening day wins for the Mets. 2-0 Mets.
Voted for pitching about as quickly as anybody in the league. You got Jones. The Cubs won, the New York Mets nothing. Coming up for the Cubs, Ken Reed, Scott Thompson, and Tim.
Opening day, Tuesday, April 14th against the Cardinals. Come on out to Shea, catch the Mets magic.
Here they got him picked off. Tavares gets Henderson. Well, Hendu got his first hit, but didn't last very long on the base. So the score, after 4, it's the Cubs 1, the Mets nothing. Coming up for the Mets, Alex Trevino, Doug Flynn, and Randy Jones. Now here's a word from Striek. And a base hit, and Trevino is 2 for 2. Hit and run, bounce down. It's a fair ball into the left field corner. Trevino trying to tie up the ball game. Gets the green light. Here he comes, and the Mets have tied it up.
Ooh, what a way to play hit and run baseball. Outstanding young man, and he has to be a little bit apprehensive right now, Ralph.
Well, his mother has to be apprehensive.
And April 18th and 19th, a unique Mets nostalgia album will be given to all fans coming in on a paid admission. It's a 32-page collection of newspaper stories of all the Mets years. Read about how the club was born, about Casey's Amazons, about the glory years of 69 and 73, and about the team's rebirth in the 1980s. That's Nostalgia Album Weekend, Saturday and Sunday, April 18th and 19th.
Chance to complete a possible out.
This is a spectacular grab by Buckner. That would have been extra bases if he didn't stop it. But there's nobody on first but the invisible man. And Doug Flynn is
6.5 innings. The Mets nothing, the Cubs nothing. Coming up for the Cubs, Joe Strain, Bill Buckner, and Steve Allen. Nowhere to put him. Runners will be running with the pitch. Falcone is going to take the windup. Runners go. Bounce to third, and Hubie Brooks has it. That retires the side, so Falcone survives the test. Getting the 3-2 pitch over. Score at the end of 7. The Mets nothing, the Cubs nothing.
Dave Kingman. That was the second walk by to the plate. 0 for 1. He's walked twice. He's sidearm delivery, a ball. Zachary and Martinez. Here's a high fly ball. Where is it? It's in the... He's running. Here's the pitch, and it's low. Dropped by Blackwell. No play. And a steal from Mazzilli. Here's a base hit to center field. Mazzilli around third. He'll score easily, and the Mets will take the 1-0 lead.
Kingman gets his revenge for the boos that he's been receiving all throughout this series. As we look at it again, with the runner at second base, he goes right up the middle, and Kingman gets his first run batted into the air. He has knocked his first pitcher out of the box, it appears. There's the sign. They're going for a pitch.
And he swings. Youngblood hit .276 last year, 8 homers and 69 RBIs, and he takes a bouncing ball down to third. It is a foul ball. Way outside, gets away, and it allows Kingman to go to second. A wild pitch against Capilla. Here's a drive, left center, Henderson, and that retires the side. 1 left, and the score in the middle of 8. It's the Mets 1 and the Cubs nothing. Coming up, and it's low and outside, ball 3, and Reardon wants to know where it was. He and Fremming are going at it, and Fremming says, look out. Boy, this Fremming's got a fuse.
He's got a fuse, and it's short.
Turn him loose, Bruce. Hubble
And it's ball 4. 8 straight out of the strike zone, and it's first and second. And that's going to do it for Jeff Reardon. And there's the square behind Trevino. No play. Strike 1. And he bunts it. It is fair. Brooks going to first with Flynn covering to get the out. And the runners move up. Here's a swing and a miss. Strike 1. 1-2. Nice stop by Trevino right off the chest. Oh, it just missed. 3-2. And he... Ball 4, and the bases are loaded.
The possibility.
Ball 1. 2-0. Brooks and Frank Tavares and Mookie Wilson. Yubi makes the call. He's got it. And Blackwell has to hold at third. There are 2 gone.
Boy, was that a big pitch. 2 balls, no strikes, and they got Buckner to foul out yesterday's ball game when he tripled in. The 2 runs have won it for the Cubs 3-1.
And everybody wondering here in Wrigley Field, can he do it again? Ball 1. 2-1. Inside, it's 3-1. The last thing Allen wants to do is walk in the tying run. Ball 4, and we're tied. For 3 with 2 strikeouts. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. Broken bat, shallow left center, going to be tough. Frank Tavares hauls it in. Now that retires the side. 4 walks and 3 left on. So the score after 8, the Mets won and the Cubs won.
See how the strategy works.
Well, he's playing the percentages. We'll see what happens. Yubi Brooks at third off the 3-base hit. Nice stop by Blackwell. Bonding. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. Here's a strike, and it's 1-2. Here's a drive to center field. Over goes Morales. Brooks tags. Here he comes. Here's the throw by Morales, and Brooks makes it 2-1. Mike Cubbage doing the job.
Boy, Hain really hung in there tight. You see it again. The pitch was up, and he got the ball in the air and deep enough that Morales, who does throw well, didn't have a chance at the plate.
So the strategy, nobody left. And the score as we go into the bottom of the ninth, it's the Mets 2 and the Cubs 1. And Yubi pulls it in. You talk about taking control of a ball game. Yubi Brooks.
Let's look at it again. He made a spectacular play yesterday, almost impossible to make the play he made yesterday. Here's another line shot. And he pulls it in. Outstanding job by Yubi Brooks, both at the plate and in the field.
Here's a base hit through the hole into left field. Right off the fist, Brooks over to second for 1. They get the force. Morales is erased as Beckman made the catch. And there are 2 gone. A high pop-up. This could do it. Alex Trevino makes the call. Ball game's over. Neil Allen nails it down. Now the Mets.
Welcome to New York Mets baseball. Participating advertisers are Budweiser, for all you do, this Bud's for you. And by Manufacturers Hanover. At Manufacturers Hanover, we fit you to an MHT. It's opening day at Shea Stadium, and the New York Mets are playing the St. Louis Cardinals on a beautiful day for baseball. Pitching for the Mets is Pat Zachary, and pitching for the St. Louis Cardinals, Silvio Martinez.
Hernandez is out at third. Fast fielding and a good relay throw by Doug Flynn. Exciting play again.
Good break for the Mets here as Hernandez had no chance to go to third. He makes the wrong decision. Ball played off the wall by Mazzilli. The throw in to Doug Flynn.
Frank Tavares made the relay
throw. Frank Tavares, and plenty of time for the tag by Hubie Brooks.
Of the third, the score. The New York Mets 4 and the St. Louis Cardinals 2. Winning the Gold Glove, right fielder. Now the throw to first. They may get him, and the ball is loose. Racing to the plate is Flynn. Throw home. He scored. Mookie Wilson goes into second. Hendrick, the right fielder, overran the ball for a second time today. That allowed Flynn to go on to third unmolested. Mookie Wilson was hung up, and had the throw been good back to first, he would have been out, Steve.
Well, this is exciting as Mookie lashes it through into right field. Let's watch what happened. Hendrick once again having trouble out there as Flynn motors into third. George finally picks the ball up. And now watch what happens as the throw goes awry past Hernandez, and this will allow Flynn to dig for the plate. He slides in, and Mookie goes down to second.
Tony Scott and Hendrick, and it's Hendrick who makes the catch to retire the side. Cardinals 2. Coming up for St. Louis in the 7th, Tony Scott, Tommy Herr, and perhaps a pinch hitter.
All right, Ralph, here's a special note to all boys and girls 15 years of age and under. Now you can get 8 Big Apple located out in right center field. They're having a little mechanical problem with the apple right now, and it's going to be used for big plays, home runs, the end of a ball game, sort of like the special scoreboard that lights up the fireworks.
Mets get their 7th walk in the ball game. They haven't had many hits. They've only had 5 hits, but they've had 12 men on base.
What's going on here?
Walk of the ball game, all in front of Dave Kingman. It's not that easy to hit a ball. You're a home run hitter. Struck him out. Ball out to third. Obergefell picks up the force play, does not pick it up as it's thrown away. Mazzilli goes over to third in the air. Cardinals make their 5th error of the ball game. Up at the third base side, Mazzilli in a rundown play, and Mazzilli tagged out. So it's a strikeout double play that retires the side. St. Louis Cardinals 2. Coming up for the Cardinals, Gary. We'll look at it again. And the ball was caught, but did the runner get on the bag before he caught it? He did.
Loop to shadow center, and Tavares is there. So the side is retired. The Cardinals came up with 1 run, no hits, a walk, an error, and 1 man left on base. So the score in the middle of 8, it is the Mets 5 and the Cardinals 3, and it on the ground now, and it's a beauty. Hernandez has to make the play to Herr covering, and Trevino goes down to second on the sacrifice. Hard at ground ball, but the Gold Glover has it, and Keith Hernandez. 6-0 as Cano, Tony Scott, and Tommy Herr. Now here's a word hop. And this time he puts it right into the mitt of Mike Jorgensen. 1 down. Goes looking. A fastball on the outside corner. Tony Scott was not expecting it. A beauty. A dart on the outside. A slow tapper. Neil Allen grabs it, and the ball game's over. The Mets take opening day at Shea. Neil Allen comes up with his 2nd save. And in the 9th inning, nothing across. A 1-2-3 for Neil Allen. We'll recap momentarily the final score. The New York Mets 5 and the St. Louis Cardinals 3.
Won the day. The Mets still in first place. Beat the Cardinals 5-3. How bad are the Cardinals? They made 5 errors today. Mookie Wilson, single, triple, knocked in 2. Zachary the winner. Neil Allen the save. Let's go to the videotape. Pick it up right here. Bases loaded. 2 outs. Last of the 2nd. Flynn, base hit off Oberfeldt's glove. Staub scores. Brooks right behind him, and it was 2-0 Mets. Then Mookie Wilson came up. Mookie, long drive to center field. Tony Scott on his horse, reaches up, forget it, off the wall. Flynn scores. Zachary scores. It was 4-0 Mets. Triple for Mookie. You could have turned your sets off there, 5-3 Mets. How cold was it at Shea? That's how cold it was. That's the starting pitcher, Silvio Martinez.
I said that Valentine can do it all. He's got one of the greatest arms in the game today, and he can also run, and he makes this sliding catch. That's beautiful to watch.
The center field. Oh, he ripped that. And Rusty is 2 for 2. It'll bring up David Arthur. They call him Sky King Kingman. Ball. Did he offer at it? Not a swing. Outside, 3 balls and no strikes.
But the secret here is to make sure that the ball is where you want it.
Not even close. Twice in a row, Kingman to the strike zone. He's taken no chance with a ailing lower back. Just missing. 1 ball and no strikes to breaking ball outside and low. And a strike, 2-1. Throw to first. Kingman getting back. 3-1 to Youngblood. Ground ball, base hit to left field. Staub is going to try and score. Here's the throw. They might get him. The throw will be in plenty of time, and Staub is out. Rusty thrown out by Tim Raines. Chuck Cottier felt the Mets had to test. The rookie left 2 hits, 2 left at the end of 3. As we watch at another angle, it's Montreal 1 and the New York Mets nothing. Stabbed by Hubie Brooks. The throw. Wide throw. He is safe. Staub knocked it down. Magnificent play by Hubie Brooks. He couldn't throw him out, but what a play.
Stop. Curveball and pull down the line. Now when he gets up, he has just a little bit of trouble getting the ball out of his glove. And then the throw is off the line. Staub makes a heck of a play here to keep Dawson at first base.
Montreal 2 and New York nothing. Batting for New York in the 4th, Hubie Brooks, Ronnie Hodges. Mr. Brooks is handling himself very well.
He made that game, Bob, and he has looked very impressive. Well, he is the 69th third baseman in the history of the Mets. And it might be a long time before we see number 70. Rusty making a pretty good play at the other end. He's made some good plays today.
Center left on. At the end of 5.5 innings, it's now Montreal 3 and New York nothing.
Montreal, Rodney Scott, Andre Dawson, and Ellis. Here comes the play at the plate. Gonna be close, and he's out. Larry Parrish doubling, and then Gary Carter getting nailed on the relay from Doug Flynn. Boy, Flynn really came over to make the play.
Real good relay. The Mets using 2 cutoff men. And Kingman gets to it in a hurry. Hits his first cutoff man. And then Flynn with a powerful throw into Hodges, and Carter's out trying to score from first. That ends the inning. Hard hit inning for Montreal.
1 run on the homer by Andre Dawson. There were 3 hits, no errors, and 1 man left on. So the score in the middle of 8. Montreal 4, the Mets nothing. Coming up for the Mets. Straight through his legs. That should be an error.
Hubie, a third baseman, takes advantage of a third baseman as the ball goes through the wickets.
He could hold up. Lanny Harris said 3-1. Right field, deep. Back goes Valentine. It is out of here. 2-run homer for Ron Hodges. And it's Big Apple time. So the Mets have cut the deficit in half.
We'll look at it again, and Hodges, who had an outstanding spring, the best as he's had, gets started right here in the regular season with his third base hit, his first home run, and the Mets are back into it.
And Ron Hodges celebrates with a little water in the dugout next to John Stearns. A slow bouncer is going to be tough. Mookie's got great speed. He's safe. Four seconds.
Watch it again. Spire knows he has to hurry. It's topped out right at Spire. He has a little trouble getting it out of his glove. It took that little extra part of a second, and it gave Mookie time to get there and get the call from first.
Off at Parrish. All hands are safe. And the breaking pitch is... Here's a base hit. Mookie around third. He'll score. Tavares heading for third. The throw by Dawson. Nosedive. He's safe. And it's 4-3 Montreal. They are really tagging Lee now.
Well, it's right through the middle. The second baseman was shifted over in the hole, so he had no chance to get to it. Coming in to score from second base is Mookie Wilson. Tavares draws a throw at third, and he slides in safely.
Yes, Sosa against Dave Kingman. One. Fouled behind home plate. Gary Carter in hot pursuit. Does he have room? Yes. One pitch by Ilya. 4 hits, an error, and 2 left. Now the score after 8. The Expos 4, the Mets 3. With more plays like that in this homestand than you'll ever see. Frank Tavares, he had to really run up on this ball. It was a slow bouncing ball, and Tavares had to hurry the throw on the run, and Rusty Staub saved him as he just nicked Spire. That's the
rush back Lenny Randall. Randall is no shrinking violet. Remember, he decked Lucchese. Doesn't like the pitch. Watch Newman, the catcher, from behind. Here's the takedown. 1, 2, 3. Randall's out of the fall. Oakland won their 11th straight yesterday, but lost the fight as Norris, the pitcher, hurt his shoulder, and Oakland lost the nightcap as well to Seattle. Baseball this afternoon, shot of the weekend. Is there any doubt? Kong. Don't park your car behind the left field stands at Shea Stadium. Worst tag of the week problem. Mets outfield yesterday in Game 1. Here down in Cincinnati. If you were wondering what the fan had to say for himself afterwards, here it is. The foul ball at Riverfront Stadium yesterday in Cincinnati. There's high school senior Randy.
Batted the ball to hit it. He's so fooled. And the ball hits that grass and comes up, but Brooks turned it into a very good around the horn double play.
No runs, 1 hit, nobody left at the end of an inning and a half. New York 3 and San Diego nothing. Batting for the Mets. Running the ball down is Gene Richards, the left fielder. And Lynch, looking very much like a hitter, got on that one and laced it.
Made a good move on it right here and hit it hard. And that's his first base hit of this season. Out to center field. Rupert misjudged it, and the bases are loaded. Rupert Jones totally misjudged this ball. He thought it was hit back over. Ground ball in the hole. It'll be fielded by Smith. He has no play, and a run scores. Dave Kingman scores on the infield base hit as Ozzie Smith, with a lot of range, catches it coming through the middle. A base hit. Youngblood scores from third. Brooks comes in from second. The throw goes to third base, and Trevino is thrown out. But the Mets get 2 more. They now lead by a score of 6-0. And Doug Flynn comes up with his 6th and 7th runs batted in. To hit means the Mets 6 and the San Diego Padres nothing.
The Mets' 7-game losing streak is over. They beat San Diego 6-2. Familiar names now for San Diego. First, it's Rupert Jones for the Padres. The former Yankee hits it to left. Dave Kingman goes and gets it. Who said he can't play left? John Stearns in the first inning. Remember Joe LaFay? Out in right field, the former Yankee played an out to a triple. 3 pitches later, Kong. That's his 12th hit of the year. 5 of them are home runs for Kingman. 3-0 Mets. They won at 6-2.
He is not dull. The question is, will Kingman knock in more runs than he lets in? Let's go to the videotape of yesterday's game. Top of the 5th, Bonilla, the batter, fly ball left field. Sunny day, Kingman down with the sunglasses, shades his eyes with the glove. Oops, that's it. Loses a ball in the sun. So, in the top of the 7th, Bonilla comes up again. Base hit. Again, here comes Kingman. Come on, Dave. Reaches down. Oops, by him. Mets lose 4-1. But in the second game, as Bonilla gets an extra base, 4-4, bottom of the 7th, 2 outs, 2 on, and boom! Joel Youngblood, 3-run homer. The Mets win it 7-4 and split the doubleheader. Meanwhile,
Dave Kingman.
It seems like about an hour ago with a base hit to right. There's Frank Tavares. So Mazzilli trying to get on so they can bring the tying run to the plate, who would be none other than Dave Kingman. On his way on a drag attempt. No good. Fouls it off, so now Minton in the driver's seat. Mazzilli. Ground ball might go through it. Tavares will go to third. Oh, man. Mazzilli, 2 for 2 here in the 9th, and the tying run is coming to the plate in the name of Dave Kingman. A seeing eye hit for Mazzilli into right Kingman, and if Kingman can do what everybody is thinking now in this ballpark, he can tie it up. Frank Robinson to make it 9-6. Listen to this crowd. Low ball one. Bouncing ball, foul. 1-1. Ooh, 1-2. Kingman, the 11th man to the plate here in the 9th inning. Off the fist, it's going through. Base hit. Tavares will score to make it 9-7. Mazzilli into third. First and third. And the Mets down by 2. So the tying runs are on. Dave Kingman was actually jammed on the play. He hit it to the open spot. Watch. Nobody home as they had the shift on. And Tavares scored. So Kingman taking advantage of the Kingman shift as he poked it right through into right field. But he represents the winning run. You can hear. Here's a drive to left field. Larry Herndon is there, and finally the ball game is over. But what a tremendous effort put forth by the New York Mets here in the 9th inning, and they're getting a good hand. Unbelievable inning. They came up with a total of 7 runs. Let me just quickly figure up the hits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hits. No errors, 2 left on. We'll summarize briefly, momentarily, the final score. The San Francisco Giants 9 and the New York Mets 7. And of course, Hubie Brooks at second. Doug Flynn at first. 1 out.
Really get things to move.
May stops it. Here's a base hit to left. John Stearns will score. Hubie Brooks has to hold. 6-2. And he extends that hitting streak. Lineup. So the bases are still loaded now for Youngblood. Joel 2 for 3 with a triple and a single. For the 6th, the Mets trail by 4. Youngblood with 11 hits, his last 15 official at-bats. 0-1. Swinging, strike, 1-1. Low ball 2. Fouled it back, 2-2. Here's a drive and a left base hit. Hubie Brooks will score, and Flynn has to hold at third. So another base hit, and it's 6-3.
Youngblood is in an unbelievable groove. He is hitting the ball hard every time he comes to the plate. He hits it so hard only one run can score, but it makes it a 6-3 ball game. Youngblood is now 3 for 4. He now has 12 hits in his last 16 times at bat.
A ball game last night. Finally, they beat the Giants 3-2. Let's go to the videotape. Top of the first, Larry Herndon with a base hit to right field. That's Youngblood up with the ball. Hello, Jim. Around third. Here comes the throw to the plate. Look at that. Boom. Collision. Dick Stello and Jim Jensen collide at the plate. Everybody's all right. Top of last of the third, Doug Flynn. His first home run in 2 years, or 7th home run in 7 years. 1 per year. That tied it. Then in the bottom of the 6th, Mike Jorgensen. Jackie Clark looks up, 2-run homer. The Mets win the ball game 3-1.
Joe Torre today benched both Mazzilli and Kingman, and the Mets beat the Dodgers 7-4. They win it. Every play seems to be a good news, bad news play for the Mets. First of all, Taveras hits it. Left center field, here's the good news. Flynn scores. Dave Roberts scores. Mets take a 3-1 lead in the second. The throw to third is wild, but it hits the umpire. And Taveras tries to score anyway. So here's the bad news. It's not even close. And he's yet to reach home plate. So in the 8th inning, Pedro Guerrero off Neil Allen of all people. Guerrero's second homer of the day ties it 4-4. But 8th inning, the Mets Mexican. Alex Trevino singles to right, winning run. Hubie scores it. They got 3 in the 8th and won it 7-4.
Rusty style. Beautiful grab by Rusty. Oh, he had quick hands on that. Line drive hit by Ken Landreau. Reminiscent of the play he made in yesterday's game.
Yesterday he made a play on Jay Johnstone that was better than this one, and this one is a good one.
2 men away. Hitter is Dusty Bates. Hit. Frank Taveras will be on his way to second. Pedro Guerrero will throw to second. Stand-up double for Frank Taveras. Well, Frank getting around late, but it worked out beautifully. Ground ball right over the...
Well, the placement is perfect. Ball just beyond the reach of Steve Garvey.
Now coming to the plate for the Mets.
Guerrero.
Ball base hit to left field. Taveras had to hold up to see if it could be played, so he has to stop at third. Runners on first and third with 1 man away. And Youngblood gets a hit, his first time at bat. Fly ball hit to short left field. Taveras tagging up. Baker makes the catch. The run will score. The throw will go to second to keep Jorgensen out of scoring distance.
What a series he has had.
Boy, you gotta like him. And for all the third basemen, the Mets his reactions. He has marvelous quickness. Is what you want around third base. It isn't speed as much as quickness you need at third. Brooks Robinson showed that.
Dusty Baker throws it in, and Taveras with his second double of this ball game.
He's hitting him from line to line as he gets on the fastball. Pulls it hard right down the left field line.
Fastball, base hit. Taveras around third. Here comes the throw. It looks good, but not in time, and Youngblood follows the play into second base, and the Mets take the lead 2-1.
By Joel Youngblood at his 9th RBI. Landreau.
Oh, he threw it away. Hubie Brooks made a sparkling pickup and then had all the time in the world and threw it away. So it'll be...
A veteran photographer and a great photographer. I believe it hits Denny's camera. Now watch the throw. It was a great pickup, but the throw way over the head of Rusty. Well, I think he's a little mentally frustrated right now. That'll be his 3rd error of the inning. He had such a great start in this ball game, and just suddenly, I believe the 2nd error frustrated him totally, and that's why he loses control on this. If he kept his cool, he had time to make the play, but this is one of those innings that an infielder goes through. 3 errors.
They say don't hang the curveball, you get hurt by it. He hung it out there. Mazzilli got on top of it. And it's a stand-up double for Lee Mazzilli, who is showing signs of breaking out of his batting slump. He's been hitting the ball on this trip.
That's enough. All right.
And that's ball 4, so Kingman walks for the second time. Fastball high, goes behind 3-0. A walk will load him for John Stearns. Here's a drive, it's going to be foul. And that's ball 4 with the runners going. Third one. And here's a base hit to left. Youngblood will score, and Kingman will be held up at third. Lescano plays shadow in left, and it's 3-2 Cardinals. Jim Otten, the new pitcher, making an early entrance into the game for Silvio Martinez. Hubie struck out looking against Martinez in the second. High and inside. Swing at a missed outside and low. 2-1. Was with the Cardinals and Springfield last year. That's under the knees. 3-1 with the bases loaded and the tying run at third. Dave Kingman. At second is Lee Mazzilli, and at first is John Stearns. And he walked up. He walks in the tying run. Here comes Kingman, and it's 3-3.
Number 23.
Here's Ramsey. He goes to her for one. Back to Hernandez. Double play. Run scores. Mazzilli crossed the plate. The Mets take the lead. There's a wrap down the right field line. Hendrick in pursuit, and that ball is foul. Gets away. Here comes Stearns, and he'll score to make it 5-3. Ball bounced in front of Sanchez. He's off. Fouled back. Trying to get his wind back. There he goes again, and another foul. Big smile by Wookie. Oh, it's off Otten. He can't find it for a second, and that'll cost him. It'll be an error on Jim Otten. As Backman flew down the line.
Runners at first and second instead of having one out and a runner.
Off the left field wall in his last appearance. Missed outside and nobody out. Slowly hit. And that's low. 2-1.
Off the disabled list.
Here's a base hit to center field. Mookie Wilson coming around. This one going all the way through. Youngblood around to third as Backman will score. And a 2-run triple for Joel Youngblood. 7-3 Mets. That one found the gap in right center and squeezed on through. Hendrick and Scott.
First baseman Dave Kingman.
With the Kingman shift on. With Youngblood at third. That's outside and low. That misses. Big swing. 2-2. It's he struck him out. Out of the plate. Lee is 0 for 1 and he walked. Here's a bouncing ball, but Hernandez will hold the runner. And there are 2 out. Strike at the letters. Fastball is over. 1-2. This one's going to drop for a base hit, and it is now 8-3. And he's going into second. The throw by Scott. He is out. In the middle of 4, it's the Mets 8 and the Cardinals. And coming up.
Not that easy. Big problem here when you hit a ball this hard, whether or not it's going to stay in the air or bounce. And it did stay in the air, and Tavares came up with it.
2 outs. Fly ball, center field. Manning is there. Got it. A perfect game for Lenny Barker.
The game was perfect to everybody except Barker's 94-year-old grandmother.
Somebody asked her, she told her, did I pitch a perfect game? And she said, well, I hope he does better next time.
For now, and a Met for the future in this rookie, Hubie Brooks, who leads the team in base hits, showing that he can get around and pull it. Diving Ken Obergefell, unable to reach it. It was hit too hard. And Hubie Brooks.
A home run hitter's ballpark. And Mazzilli got a hold of it. And look at Dane Orge going all the way back to the wall. It is gone.
And a pop fly to the end. The score, the New York Mets 1 and the St. Louis Cardinals nothing. Coming up, Mookie Wilson, Frank Tavares, and Joel Youngblood. Now here's a word from Michelob Light. Hit bit.
Well, he had gone 4 1/3. Here it is, the infield hit off the bat of Ramsey, but a leaping stop by Flynn. This prevents a run from scoring. They get Obrickville trying to squirm his way around Stearns, but John able to apply the tag, and it's still 1-0 Mets.
Bases, $49,000 a day. Mazzilli has to get out of the way there. We'll look at this one again.
Ralph, I think it was, of course, he's trying to protect himself, and it hit off the bat. It hit off the bat.
Gene Michael, Jim Fry, Frank Robinson, they were all over the umps this week. Don't you get the feeling that the umpires may have recorded the following song by Joe Dolce, very simply titled, Shut Up Your Face?
Hello, I'm Giuseppe. I got something special for you. Ready? Uno, due, tre, quattro. What's the matter, you? Hey, gotta no respect. What do you think you do? Why you look so sad? It's not so bad. It's a nicer place. Ah, shut up your face. Uno, due, tre, quattro. What's the matter, you? Hey, gotta no respect. Hey, what do you think you do? Hey, why you look so sad? Hey, it's not so bad. Hey, it's a nicer place. Ah, shut up your face. That's great. We're gonna do the best this time. I bet. Hey, what's the matter, you? Hey, gotta no respect. Hey, what do you think you do? Hey, why you look so sad? Hey, it's not so bad. Hey, it's a nicer place. Ah, shut up your face. Ah, shut up your face. Ah, shut up your face.
Just another classy piece of sports music on Sports Update. Shut up your face.
So, there it is, low and outside. Tavares holding up, and Mookie Wilson with his 4th stolen base. He's been caught 2 times. Here it is from behind Mookie. That's the second baseman, Manny Trio.
So 2 walks in a row, 3 home runs, and 17 RBIs. The National League broken bat, pop up into short right, a base hit. Coming around to score is Mookie Wilson, and the Mets lead 1-0. So Youngblood gets his 18th run batted in. He leads the club, and he'll take it.
So this one falling in right off the fist, and the Mets off and rolling here in the first inning. Still nobody out as the ball is fielded.
Bunts it in. It'll be a tough play for Schmidt. The throw is in time, and a beautiful play for Mike Schmidt. Kingman thrown out by Schmidt. Ground ball by Pete Rose. A run will score. Youngblood, a late start. Here comes the throw, and it's offline, and the Mets lead 3-0. Well, the infield in, and it gave 2.
He gulped it, and it squeezed right past Pete Rose, allowing both runs to come home.
And it goes on through in the center field. Mazzilli goes to third, and Stearns on the hit-and-run play. Singles up the middle.
Everything just falling for the Mets right now. On the hit and run, he chops one up the middle past Ruthven, and watch the 2 converge here. Trio and Boa, and it goes right through.
Fastball for a strike. And it's back to the middle. Off of the body of Dick Ruthven. A high throw by Schmidt. Mazzilli scores from third. The Mets are leading by a score of 4-0, and moving on down to second is John Stearns.
It's this shot. Brooks hits a bullet right off the pitcher. Ruthven getting attention right now, and Schmidt makes a great play. But the throw is too high. Brooks probably would have had it beat anyway. And a run came home to make it 0.
And Ruthven missed. Fastball chopped out toward third. Another play for Schmidt. The throw is in time as the runners move up. Out a base hit. And he swings it. 4 on 4 hits. There were 2 walks, 2 men left in scoring position. And the score at the end of 1, the Mets 4, the Philadelphia Phillies nothing. Not before, the Mets get 4. On 3 hits and a batter hit by a pitch ball. A grand slammer given up by Ruthven to Dave Kingman. And the score at the end of 2, it's the Mets 8 Philadelphia Phillies nothing. Connie Smith. Now here's a word from Budweiser.
And slammer by Dave Kingman.
Curveball, when you see a batter flinch away, he thinks this ball is going to hit him. And he is totally fooled by the curveball.
Smith, and this is the San Diego Chicken making his Shea Stadium debut here. There he is, Ralph.
San Diego Chicken.
Got him! Pete Rose is struck out looking.
Harris, a beauty.
Pete watching him out. Strikeout number 4 for Harris. He strikes out the side. He got Bob, and the score in the middle of 3. It's the Mets 8 and the Phillies 1. Coming.
Here's the Mets pitcher, Greg Harris.
Cut here. It always helps. He's got hands of steel.
Kingman, he made another on Doug Flynn, and now he makes this one a bare hand grab. He realizes he can't transfer the ball and still get the base runner, so he just catches it with his bare hand.
And he throws his liner into left field. It'll be a base hit, maybe 2. No, Youngblood makes the wide turn and holds. Good throw in by Matthews. Dave Kingman.
Well, it's amazing what a grand slam home run will do. Kingman has been struggling all season long, but he has turned the fans on with his grand slam home run here.
Ground ball to second. Trio will try to tag Youngblood. Did he get him? Yeah. And Kingman's safe. Youngblood says no, he didn't get him. Here comes Joe Torre storming out of the dugout. Youngblood says he never tagged me.
What a job of base running by Youngblood, even if he is out. He saved the double play, and we'll look at it again. Youngblood really doing a job on Manny Trio, the second baseman. Second base umpire Jerry Crawford made the call. Let's look at it again. Trio now wants to tag Youngblood. He never touched him. Youngblood is right. He missed him altogether. Look at that. Never came close to his body. Never came close.
And he submarined it over to Fernando. There he goes. And it's hard hit pass. Spencer to right. Kingman heading for third. Davis picks it up and just lobs it back in. So again, the hit and run executed perfectly. And Larry Boa can't handle it. A run scored. Mets take a 9-2 lead. Kingman coming home. Ub Brooks swinging and base hit to right. Maselli going around third. Dick Davis throws it to short, and Maselli scores. 10-2 Mets.
Boy, this is a gutsy call by Joe Torre. Runners at first and second, moving with a pitch and a line shot for a base hit. There in right field, the ball thrown in by Dick. 10-2 on Brooks' single to right.
Doug Flynn 0 for 2. Low ball. They're putting the hits together now. Here's a hard hit ball. Nice play by Trio to Boa for 1. Back to Unser. Double play. Pretty double play for the Philadelphia Phillies to retire the side. 2 more runs on 3 hits, 1 error, and 1 left. So the score at the end of 4, Mets 10 and the Phillies 2. Struck him out looking. Number 6 for Greg Harris. He gets Schmidt looking. June 1st and hovering above in a helicopter with a camera sign given by manager Joe Torre to the bullpen, and Jeff Reardon will be coming in. Hard throwing Jeff Reardon will be coming in the ballgame. Very successful start for the young right-hander from the suburb of Extra bases for Maselli. Heading for second, Aviles will pick it up, and it's a stand-up double for Mazzilli. Third hit of the ball game.
To the middle, another hit for UB Brooks. So UB with his third hit of the ball game. It's a base hit for Doug Flynn. Brooks will try for third and get it. So Doug Flynn joins the crowd. He had been the only outside of the pitchers to not get a base hit, and now he has his. Center, this could be extra bases. And it is one hop off the wall. Brooks will score from third. Flynn from first base, and Wilson in with a three-base hit. So Mookie Wilson with a three-base hit, driving in two. His fourth and fifth runs batted in, and the Mets lead 12-3.
Mookie hitting from the natural side, right-handed, and he is a strong little man. He hits this one way over the head of center fielder Lonnie Smith. 2 runs will score easily. And now the Mets with their biggest explosion of the season. Out in front by a score of 12-3. And what I enjoyed most was watching him run around a...
And it's too high. So McGraw walks Taveras on 4 pitches. Old Youngblood. And that's ball on. And the screwball misses. Good pitch there. The first game of a doubleheader. This one popped up to shallow right. And we'll see how well Dick Davis throws. Here comes the runner. The throw looks good, but not in time. And Boone can't handle it, and the Mets lead 13-3.
Boy, Mookie is really fast. That was a very shallow fly ball to right field.
Did. Boone taking a pounding as we look at it one more time.
Straight in slide. He was there ahead of the throw.
1 at third base and 1 at second, at first. And the score at the end of 7, it's the Mets 13, the Philadelphia Phillies 3.
Oh, look at Mike Jorgensen. He's in with the photographers, and I think he caught the ball. They'll have to help him out of there. Pat Zachary comes over to lend a hand, as does Tim Leary. Trainer Larry Mayo there in case Jorgensen hurt himself at all. Did he catch it, Ralph?
Well, he can check the TV monitor maybe and find out. It looks like he did.
Yes, sir. Watch it here. What a play.
And Mike Jorgensen coming out of here with the ball as he goes in and makes a spectacular catch. What a pair of hands.
Save that one for Kinder's Corner. And the highlight film. He's got it.
Mike Jorgensen, what a play.
Taveras to Jorgensen, 2 men away in the 9th inning. He hits the first pitch and he pops it up. The ball game should be over. Trevino near the plate has it, and the ball game is over. Big win for the New York Mets. Their biggest explosion of the young season. Once again, no runs, no hits, and nobody left in the 9th inning. Final score, the New York Mets 13 and the Philadelphia Phillies 3.
And they got 4 more, and this is how it happened. A single by Mookie Wilson, a single by Frank Taveras, and Joel Youngblood hit by a pitch ball, and this is Dave Kingman at the plate. Looked like a slider.
Yeah, it was a curveball, Ralph. The same pitch he threw me the first time, and I don't know, believe it or not, I was out in front of the ball, and my right hand even came off the bat a little bit, but I wasn't even thinking home run. I was state of mind I've been in lately. I just trying to make contact is all, and I was able to get it out, get it up in the air, and hopefully just for a sacrifice fly, but fortunately it went out of the park.
Grand Slam home run. It was your 10th Grand Slam home run in your Major League career. You're only 7 back of Willie McCovey, who holds the record in the National League.
Well, I'll tell you what, I played with the...
Last night, the Mets had 2 home runs, 8 hits, and 5 runs off Steve Carlton, but they also committed 5 errors. The Mets have now made 58 errors in 39 games. At this rate, they would set a new Met record. Let's go to the videotape. First, we'll show you the good stuff. Bottom of the first inning. Boom, 3-run homer by Joel Youngblood and tied the game at 3-3. Then in the last of the 5th inning, it was 4-3 Mets. Kingman came up, and boom, look at this shot of Carlton. Over the bullpen, that ball's still gone. Tip that hat, Dave. Come on out of the dugout. Tip that hat. That's it. But we got to show you both sides of the issue. Top of the fourth, Smith, ground ball. Tavares boots it, then throws to third too late. His second error of the day. Top of the fifth, Schmidt is up. Pop up, first base. Kingman, who really is not a first baseman, reaches out, drops the ball. His first error of the night. Top of the sixth, Rose comes up. Ground ball. Good stop by, no, forget it. Kingman boots it, throws it 8 feet over Jones's head, his second error of the day. Then top of the ninth, Rose again. Ground ball, Kingman boots it. That's all 3 errors for Kingman.
He seems to be getting more and more comfortable. And the throw by Keith Moreland. Stolen base. Head first slide by Mookie. And he beat the throw, a low throw by Keith Moreland. Ground ball, good play by Pete Rose. He'll go to the bag at first, crossing to third, Mookie Wilson.
Third and is now at first base, as you see. The leading batter in the National League. Step up to the plate, Joel Youngblood.
Youngblood with a .368 average, leading the National League in batting. Batting .341 is hitting number 5 in the league. Low ground ball coming home. It's Mookie Wilson. And the throw, he beat it out, a base hit. When you're hot, you're hot. Youngblood taking a big swing, hitting a slow roller, an infield hit, a run scores. And look at that nod of the head by Youngblood. It says, I'll take him any way I can get him.
And he gets a curveball here and tops it out. And with the infield back on the third base side, Schmidt can't make the play, even though he made a good effort. Got the ball over to first. Youngblood gets, he has time, and he gets his man. That hurt.
Boy, a gritty play here by Hubie Brooks. Watch the replay. This one has to hurt a little bit, and they want to check to see if he's all right. Oh, that caught him on his throwing hand, but Hubie stays with it, and he makes a great throw right here. Just almost perfect.
There's another base hit for Pat Zachary. So Zachary gets his 5th hit in 16 times up.
Strong hit against St. Louis his last start. He leans right on this. I think Stello is saying that Zachary's hand touched Kingman's hand in time. Dallas Green is not going to let this one go easily.
Green is saying he took it back. He didn't put it in the glove. He took it back.
He sure did. Zachary got mixed up. We'll see it on the replay. And it looks like the Mets got a good break, but who knows what the replay will show us. Now watch Zachary. He'll start running to first base, and he has it in his mind, I believe, Ralph, to go all the way to first. Now the race is on. Now he changes his mind. Look at this. Oh, he might have been out. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, he got it. I don't think Kingman got possession of the ball. I think it was still in Zachary's hand.
Watch Zachary's hand here.
Now the question is, did he give it to Kingman? And it's muscled out to left field for a base hit. Zilli falls down and taking it. Here goes Matthews to second base, and he makes it.
More time. The key to the whole thing is whether or not a fan reaches over the railing and interferes with the ball. Now you'll see the fan come over the railing right there and get his hands on the ball.
To .373, raising his average from .368, leading the National League. Fouls off the first base. It's drilled to left field. Forget it. Good. Bye. Dave Kingman with his 3rd home run in 3 games against the Philadelphia Phillies.
Number 9 for Dave Kingman on the year. As we watch the replay, breaking ball just above the knees, and he got it. A line drive going into the bullpen in left field. He hit a grand slam Monday afternoon. He hit a bases clear home run last night, and another home run here tonight.
So the Mets take the lead 2-1. That's a 5th.
Bounces over the wall, a 2-base hit. It was going to be a triple.
Take another look. Hubie gets all of this one. He just tagged it to deep center. Unser trying to make a circus catch over the shoulder here, a la Willie Mays, but no way, and it bounced over. But you're right, that would have been a triple.
Slow ground ball, and Mike Schmidt is going to throw to first in time. Right field, Brooks tagging up. Smith makes the catch. Oh, Lonnie Smith thought there were 2 men away. Lonnie Smith thought there were 2 men away. He suffered a mental lapse. Otherwise, he's got to throw the ball home because there was nobody else on base. Lonnie thought there were 2 down. He caught it, and he started Kingman, and he made the play. Marvelous play by Doug Flynn. Coming in, full speed, barehanded pickup, throws it under his body, then hits the...
Here it is. He just topped it past Zachary, and watch this spectacular play. Flying to the ground, he did it.
The man Flynn, no runs, no hits, nobody left.
Oh, he went for a bat.
Great seats. Homer yesterday in the first inning, and he's knocked in after 8. It's the Mets 3 and the Phillies 1. Coming. Ground ball to Baylor. Short hops it, guns it. Ooh! The ball was juggled by Jorgensen. Lee Mazzilli's out there. 1 out. And Schmidt. Mazzilli lets it drop. Base hit for Matthews. Bouncing ball down to third. Short hop, do or die. Ube. Runners move over. Schmidt to third. Matthews to second. 2 out. One and 0. And that is on the outside corner. Just missed. Count of 2-1. Ball game's over. Mike Jorgensen makes the catch, and Pat Zachary evens his record at 5-5 with his 3rd complete game and his 2nd in a row. So in the night, no runs, 1 hit, an error, and 2 left. Dramatic 9th inning. We'll summarize momentarily the final score. The New York Mets 3 and the Philadelphia Phillies 1.
Meanwhile, the Orioles have beat Brewers 18,000 at Shea on cushion night. Get those cushions. The Mets made it 6 out of 8. Beat the Cubs 6-1. Mookie Wilson 4 hits. Kingman his 10th home run. Mike Scott all the way scattered 9 hits. Let's go to the videotape. Bottom of the 3rd. Runners at 2nd and 3rd. Bob Baylor. Ground ball to this Jesus. Look at this. Oh, bounces over his head. Scott scores. Wilson scores. And the Mets at this point led 2-0 as here comes Mookie. Now, I've seen guys try to protect the runners, but look at this. This is Doug Flynn. Hubie Brooks on first. Look at this. Protect that runner. Forget it. Throw to second, out. Now, last of the 5th, 2-1 Mets, 2-1. Kingman comes up, and boom, there it goes. Look like a half swing. 3-run homer, 10th of the year. That made it 5-1. You could have turned your sets off there. Come on out. Take a bow, Dave. Take a bow. And Mr. G was at the game tonight. There he is right there. Come on, give us a break. That's it. After the game, it's got Ellis Valentine from the Expos for Jeff Reardon and Dan Norman.
He blew the ball foul, leading to KC manager Jim Fry going bananas when the ball was at first called foul. Now here's another look at the unique style of Lenny Randle, and the plate umpire Larry McCoy changed the call, and Otis was eventually awarded first base.
On the hot hitting of Dave Kingman. Chicago had gone ahead 1-0 against Randy Jones. Bob Baylor boots this ground ball with Morales at third, 1-0. But then with the score tied, here's Mr. Kingman. He doubles to the corner in left field. Watch Mazzilli score with a beautiful slide to put the Mets ahead 2-1. Now Mr. Kingman comes up again. Look at where this shot goes. Dead center field, going. It is gone. 3-1 lead, and then Pete Falcone did a fine job to save Jones his first win as a Met. He was aided by the Mets defense, like this play by Hubie Brooks that ended the ball game. And the final score, the Mets 3, Chicago 2.
Terry Cooney, no relation to Jerry Cooney. Billy Martin has been suspended 7 days and fined $1,000 by the American League. All right, in case you missed it, let's go to the videotape. Friday night's game. Here's how it all happened. In the last of the 4th, there's Billy bumping Cooney after Cooney threw him out of the game. Martin says the bump was accidental. Cooney, who's 6 feet, 200, says no. So Martin kicks dirt on him. Notice he almost kicked the AstroTurf on him, which you can't do. Then he throws while in Cleveland last. Let's go to the videotape. Here it is, top of the 3rd. Ben Ogilvy is the batter, and he is beaned by rookie pitcher George Capozzalo. Ogilvy comes out, looks like he's pushed from behind by catcher Parrish, and come on, that's it. What, are you kidding? Now, what participated in it was Buckner is the batter. Fly ball left field. Foul ball. Pirate bullpen with the hat. All right, give that guy a hand.
All right. Catch of the week, Gaylord Perry says, I have got it at the mound. And he does. He had it. Never a doubt.
And around in right field, making his debut at Shea Stadium in a Mets uniform, is Ellis Valentine.
After he hits the fence, and he might be hurt. Foster on his way to third. The play there. Not in time. He gets away and goes in the dugout, and Foster will score in the air. So a bad break for the New York Mets. Mookie caught that ball out there, but when he hit the fence, it jarred the ball out of his glove. And an easy thing when you have twilight, and Lee Mazzilli totally lost it.
Now watch Mazzilli when he puts his hands, his palms up. Now he tells you right there he's lost it. Has no idea where it is. And it lands about 20 feet in front of him. We'll wait for the official scorer's decision.
Ellis Valentine about ready to bat for the first time here at Shea as a New York Met.
Watch the foul tip now.
Look where his hand is.
Oh,
his
hit him
hand,
right on the back of the hand.
Yeah, his hand shouldn't be there.
He's holding up. Ball 4. The bases are loaded. Here comes Rusty. With the bases loaded, there's Rusty Staub. He'll be a pinch hitter for Frank Tavares. This will be all for Paul Moscow.
7. 1 home run.
And a strike. And it's a base hit through the hole in left field. Flynn will score. Coming home is Cubbage. He's going to score. The throw gets loose. And on his way to third is Mookie Wilson. The throw, it goes into the outfield. Mookie Wilson will score. 3-run score. Come in to score on the swing of the bat by Rusty Staub. His throw, 2 runs in. The throw coming in from the outfield from Foster got loose. And then the catcher Nolan throwing to third, threw the ball in the outfield. And the tying run, Bob Baylor, a pinch runner, is on second.
I'll tell you, there's got to be a full moon out tonight. Everything's going on tonight. Here you see Rusty. He's got that little swing to left field. It seems to be working for him. Another base hit to left. Now watch George Foster. He throws the ball away at third. Nobody's there. 2 runs are going to score. Now they throw back to third. Another error. Now another run will come in to score. You see Mookie coming in to score. So there'll be 2 errors on that play after the base hit.
And it's 1-2-3 for Moscow. And the score at the end of 7. Reds 4 and the Mets 3. And coming. You think his eyes were open?
Couldn't be. Look at this. How about that?
Smile, Dan. Come on. Base hit. Into the hole to right. Baylor just punching it to right. Ball base hit. Baylor around second, digging for third. Mejias plays it back in, and the Mets have something going. That'll silence some critics. Right now they're cheering Mazzilli.
We'll look at it again. It's just by Grayson who made that spectacular play on Mookie Wilson. This one goes on through.
Went for a low one. Tonight Kingman has struck out. Ewan picks up. And now Ellis Valentine will try his hand. Way outside. 1-2. And it's a base hit. We have a tie ball game. Bob Baylor crosses the plate. 4-4. Mazzilli down to third. Ellis Valentine with a big hit. Valentine. But Griffey got it.
Hey, we're going to have an argument here. Here comes Joe Torre out to argue with Lee Wire, but Foster drills one into right field. Ellis Valentine can't come up with it. There's a short hop. Now watch this throw into second base. From up here, it looked like he was out. And we can't see when the ball went in the glove, but I tell you, it was an awful close play, and Bob Baylor, as soon as he caught the ball, thought he was out. There you see Joe Torre arguing with Lee Wire.
Of course, it's a forced play. He doesn't have to tag him, and Torre says, well, you can read his lips. He was that far away from the bag. Wasn't it Lee Wire behind the plate who threw out Frank Robinson when we were in? There it is. The Ryan Duran of 1981.
Well, he said he's had good success in the games he's done that with the first pitch. It always gets the fans excited a little bit and maybe scares the opposition.
A 1-2-3 inning for Tom Seaver, and the score at the end of one, the Reds. There it goes. Forget it. Goodbye. Tied for the home run lead with his 14th home run, tied with Mike Schmidt, and the Mets lead 1-0.
Well, Ralph, it wasn't quite into the parking lot, but he'll accept it. It's into the Cincinnati bullpen as George Foster watches it sail over his head, and the Mets take the 1-0 lead.
Well, Kingman in time and right through Seaver's leg. Mookie puts it right through the hoop.
Right through the hoop, a slam dunk for Mookie. Look out, Tom.
Mookie. Taylor takes it, and Wilson has the stolen base. So Mookie Wilson gets his 11th.
Mookie Wilson tried out for the Olympic diving team. Look at this dive. Wasn't even close. And the throw, of course, is off.
They have stolen. Taylor bunts it. If it's fair, it's going to be tough to be able to beat him. And Seaver throws it in the dirt, and a good play by the second baseman Oster to save him in there. And that will score a run. Griffey doesn't even throw, and Mookie Wilson scores. The Mets lead 2-0.
Baseball talks today were just as clogged as that traffic David just told us about. The players struck for the second time in 9 years, canceling tonight's games and maybe a lot more to come. Channel 2's Randall Pinkston is live right now at Shea Stadium, where the not-so-amazing Mets were to face the Houston Astros tonight. Randall.
Carol, empty bleachers here at Shea Stadium, and they will be empty tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday, it appears, because the arbitrator who has been trying to get the two sides together for the past few days say that there will be no more talks until Monday or Tuesday at the earliest. Of course, it all evolves around an issue that they started haggling about some 2 years ago, something called free agency. The owners say it is causing them economic harm. The players say if the owners get their way, it's going to be a step backwards, and that's where it stands. Baseball 81 shut down on some aptly sour notes last night. The Yanks losing their second straight to the White Sox in Chicago, and the hapless Mets playing true to form at Shea, dropping another game to old friend Tom Seaver and the Cincinnati Reds. Perhaps one water is still running on the field. They are trying to keep it ready, hoping that this strike will not last too long. No one at this point really knows how long that's going to be. The issue, both sides are said to be deadlocked. Minutes ago, the Mets held a final meeting here at the clubhouse. The management let them inside to take their belongings away. Everyone saying that they're going to do various things, try to stay in shape, keep their fingers crossed. Rollin?
Baseball instead. But for the second day, no negotiating by players and owners. For every day they don't talk, we shouldn't go to the games once they resume playing, right? Who knows? Maybe people will get used to watching this minor league baseball stuff and say, to heck with the players and the owners. Look at it. Fun baseball. That's Steve Balboni. Remember him? Columbus Clippers. And at third base, there's Wally Bachman. Remember him? Tidewater Tides. Great play. Balboni, you're out. Best name down on the farm has to be Ronald McDonald. Here he is for Tidewater. 4 for 4 today. Ronald McDonald. Tidewater beat Columbus 8-4. But on Sports Update, we premiered Willie, Mickey, and the Duke talking baseball, and then we took the very classy song called Shut Up Your Face, and we turned that one into a baseball song. Now comes along Randy Haspel of Memphis, Tennessee. He has just written and recorded a song called The Summer There Was No Baseball. He will have copies of that song all over Memphis this week, but first, here it is in New York City. Randy Haspel and his famous Radiance.
summer there was no baseball. They called the strikes and just went home. The lights went out inside the ballpark. I sat in the stands all alone. The grass grew long in the infield. The cheers and laughter did not flow. The crack of the bat was just a memory of summer nights from long ago.
Baseball has come to life. The Mets and the Yankees Farm Club met again tonight. Let's go to the videotape in Columbus, Ohio. It's 2-2, top of the 7th, and Ronald McDonald, way to go. He hits one for Big Mac. A double inside the line. Rick Sweet scores, and it's 3-2 Tidewater. Top of the 9th, Gary Racich. Boom. The Mets got to bring this guy up. That's his 3rd home run in 3 nights. 19 home runs, ties the game 6-6. Top of the 10th, shortstop Ron Gardenhire. Boom. A long drive to left field. Look at this try. Leaps, no sir, home run, and Tidewater, the Mets Farm Club, beats the Yankees Farm Club 6-7-6. Did you see the Model A Farm Club Tidewater? His name is Gary Racich. Let's go to the videotape. Look at last night's Tidewater Columbus game. Top of the 4th, former Astros catcher Bruce Bochy. Home run, Tidewater. That makes it 2-0. Last of the 4th, Mike Patterson. This is a kid that came over in the Dave Revering deal to the Yankees. Ties the game at 2-2. Top of the 7th, Ronald McDonald is the batter. All right, Eggs McMuffin, he hits it down the left field line. Rick Sweet scores, and Tidewater led at this point 3-2. Then in the top of the 9th, 6-5 Columbus, this is Gary Racich. Boom. His 3rd home run in 3 nights, his 19th of the year, 40 runs batted in. Bring that kid up. Top of the 10th, 6-6, shortstop Ron Gardenhire. A home run, Tidewater. Look at this try. Nice try, 7-6, Tidewater wins. But who says these guys can't field? Look at this, game-ending double play. Look at this play, shortstop, flip to second, throw to first, double play. Tidewater wins at 7-6, beating the Yankees Farm Club Columbus.
And direct from Pasta Dinner at Mom's House, we welcome the Sports Update, Lee Mazzilli. I want the people in the studio to cheer. Will everyone please? Because I'll tell you why. Because you told me you thought everyone would boo, so you'd feel right at home.
I want to be booed.
Why are the fans booing you there?
Because I've been playing so great. I think just booing my performance out there. It's been tough. Like I said, I think it's because of the hype that what's been brought upon myself because of all the media that's been going around. I think they look at you because of the money you make. People make a big deal out of a lot of things, and when I don't play well, I'm going to hear it.
When you talk about the hype, you're talking about the poster boy image hype?
Yeah, and I think that the people look on upon it like I'm the one that's doing that, and it's not me at all. And yeah, that's it.
Who is the real Lee Mazzilli as a baseball player? Is it the guy who did so well in the All-Star game, was batting 300, or is it the 1981 version?
I would like to think so. I think all my years with the Mets have been good and consistent. This year I'm just having a bad year. It's only been 2 months. This is not me.
The strike, it came at a good time for you,
Well, I think the strike right now is the best thing in the world for me. I've been away, got away from the people. I just go out back home in the country. I've been collecting my thoughts, and I feel good right now. It's about the best time I've had since the season started.
You're recognizable on the street where you live. What do people say to you? What do the fans say to you?
That's the funny thing. When we play in the games, all I hear is boos. I go out on the street, everyone's just cheering for me, clapping, or they're telling me, don't worry about it, you're going to snap out of it. Meanwhile, these are the people that are booing me at the ballpark, and I know it. And, but they just, everyone wishes you luck, and you got to just take it from there.
They talk about Striek. Do the fans mention anything? Do they say, boy, players should go back, or what do the fans say about that?
The fans don't really know all the issues. and they just feel that the players want more money, or always the players want something out of it. And no matter what it is, every fan asks you about the strike, I just said, that's it, shrug it off. It's a tough situation right now.
Everyone wants to play ball. Do you talk to any of the players? Do you work out at all? Are you keeping in shape?
No, yeah, keep in shape every day, but we have no uniform workouts. We just work out on our own.
What are you doing? Are you running?
Running, hitting, throwing, doing the things that we do. I'm hitting now.
You're hitting now?
Before.
You're hitting well? Yeah. They cheering you? Look, can I show one play? I mean, will you kill me if I show one play? Fly ball to left field. What happened? Did you lose it in the sun?
This is the ball I lost. It was twilight.
Right. Right.
And I think Concepcion hit the ball.
Right.
And I never saw it as soon as I left the bat. And I'm looking around for it, and Frankie Tavares starts yelling and pointing, and he's yelling in Spanish. And I couldn't understand him anyway. And I had no idea where the ball landed. No idea.
You don't like playing left field anyway, right? No comment. Where do you want to play? You guys have all those outfielders now. If you ever do play ball again this year.
Well, I've always played center field my whole life. And that's just, I feel, my natural position. But if I have to play left field, I got to play.
Let's play ball soon. Let's get this thing over with.
Okay.
All right. Lee Mazzilli, thank you. Good luck. If the season starts again, the fans...
I might be back next week again.
That's right. Fans should know Lee Mazzilli's trying. And don't boo him.
I'm trying the best.
Okay. Sports update. Baseball. You want to see a major league play down on the farm, you ask. Here it is. Tidewater center fielder Mike Howard says, bring me up to Shea. I'll play center field for the Mets if you have a problem. Mike and I...
This week in baseball, more bargaining as the strike kept big league parks vacant. Then no one scored for 11 more innings as 13 professional records were set.
When we finally went out of here, we counted 19 people in the stands. They have to be called fans, die-hard fans.
Just over the flagpole out there, the sun was starting to come up, so we figured if nothing else, we couldn't have a sunrise service. At least it might get us a little warmer.
Yes, it was about 40 degrees warmer when the game resumed 2 months later in the 33rd inning. The park was filled not only with fans, but by media from everywhere. Failed to score in the top of the 33rd, the Red Sox wasted little time loading the bases. And the stage was set. Dave Koza delivered the hit that ended baseball's longest game. Pawtucket 3, Rochester 2, 33 innings. A game just filled with memories. 19 in New York, Hubie Brooks, a former teammate of Bob Horner at Arizona State, helped the Mets attack by hitting .302. The Mets may have finally found a third baseman. Though Hubie had made more errors than any third baseman, he was starting to catch on. Coming up late in the American, and baseball was baseball. For instance, is this baseball or a blooper ball? Watch. Remember, in ordinary times, ball players had more normal headaches. There were PM headaches. And AM headaches. All sorts of aches and pains. Miss the bumps and bruises, but everyone misses those eye-catching moments, such as tip-top twin killings, 81's double-barreled plays. Double-dealing dandies. How about that, folks?
Well, the winter talks were very fruitless because they were very determined to get exactly what they wanted, or they were going to force us to strike. If they didn't get direct compensation on the method that they wanted, they signed a deal with the Lloyd's of London Group for $50 million. Everything they've done through the whole thing has been non-negotiating. They've never gotten off. They never even changed any part of their proposal until about 2 or 3 weeks into the strike. And that's only minutely. I mean, they're still basically on the same proposal that they had in the beginning.
Oh, you want me to show this headline? Is that right in the newspaper?
Yes.
Yeah, false. False.
Right. False. Knocked it down.
Winfield is not getting paid. No, sir. Winfield's lawyer called up, says, I want to talk to you guys right now. Larry Bloomberg called, said the story in the paper is absolutely false. And Winfield does not get paid. Case rest.
Right.
Now, besides Tommy John, one guy who does get paid during the strike is Joel Youngblood of the Mets, but for a very different reason. I spoke to Youngblood this afternoon, and he explained the situation.
Well, I went on the disabled list before the season was finished or postponed or went on a strike, and according to the basic agreement, I should be paid. So my agent, Dick Mollis, filed a default notice, and therefore they're paying me under protest. And if they didn't pay me, I would have been a free agent in 10 days. And so they paid me, and they're paying me under protest, and we'll have a grievance at the end of the year, and I might owe them some money at the end of the year.
Now, you don't feel guilty about this. You're getting paid, and the other guys
Well, let's
not.
make it a little bit easier on me. You know, I could be out working right now, but it just make it a little easier on me. But I don't know what's going to happen out of it. You know, I have to, you know, look for the bad as well as the good. But
Now, look, you were leading the major leagues when this
well,
thing...
I still am.
That's right. 359. This is the greatest year you've ever had in your life.
Well, that's true. Too bad it had to finish, you know, at this time, but I could get a default batting championship.
All right.
His comments.
The meeting this afternoon was as close to being useless as possible. As you know, we had accepted, warts and all, the mediator's recommendation as a settlement. The owners' committee had rejected it. I know they advised you, ladies and gentlemen, that they were going to do some work on it because there were a couple of paragraphs that bothered them. I have to tell you that they came back this afternoon with absolutely nothing. Nothing of any kind. After one caucus, they advised us through the mediator that unless we, the Players Association, had a new proposal, they did not care to meet. Now consider that. We accept a neutral's recommendation as a settlement. They reject it. And when they come back, they do not address it at all, make no proposals of any kind, but then advise that they don't want to meet until we make a new proposal. And if that isn't an exercise in futility for the entire afternoon, then I've never had an exercise in futility.
Coming up, the baseball strike settled, but air traffic controller. Good evening, everyone. It's certainly a long past the time for the national pastime to be back, but baseball is not dead this season. It will be back in a number of days. Len Berman is live at Yankee Stadium with the details. Len?
Well, good evening, Rollin. Lovely night in the Bronx. Opening day here for the Yankees will be Monday night, August 10th with Texas. The Mets open the same day, August 10th, Monday afternoon in Chicago. The All-Star game will be a week from Sunday in Cleveland. Play ball.
5:45 this morning, the Doral Inn. The player's man smiling, the owner's man frumpy.
I'll talk to all the press or none of the press. You guys arrange it. I'm not going to get in competition with you guys. You get in fistfights in the lobby, all right?
So, who won? Who lost?
It has been a victory for the spirit of the players.
Again, the fans of America are the winners in this because we're going to be back playing baseball. This is what we're looking forward to.
Here's how the critical issue of free agent compensation was settled. They settled on the pool concept. Each team can protect around 25 players whether or not they lose a free agent. The team that lost a free agent can pick a player from that pool. No team can lose more than one player in that pool arrangement, so even if the Yankees or Mets sign no free agents, each can still lose only one player. I talked with George Steinbrenner this evening. Did the owners settle up because their insurance money was running out?
That never came to bear. And I mean, in the total discussions that I had with the American League owners and in joint meetings, nobody ever mentioned the strike insurance. I couldn't tell you what day it expires or how much we've been paid or how much we're still owed. That wasn't it. I think what it was is the concern that we had taken this thing about as far as we really could.
Fans come back after the strike? Says George Steinbrenner. Absolutely. Back to you, Rollin.
Well, then you will be back a little later in this broadcast with George Steinbrenner and more on the settlement and the rest of the day in sports. David?
Well, for the past 7 weeks, they've been bartenders and hod carriers, mud wrestlers and models, but now they're back again being what they want to be, ball players. Jean Downey attended the return of the prodigal players to New York's 2 grass-cut diamonds, and tonight she's standing by live at Yankee Stadium, that crowded place. Jeannie?
David, I tell you, everybody seemed to be wanting and anxious to get back to work, but especially the rookies. They make about $32,500 a year. They were anxious for this thing to be over, and they were among some of the first to report at Shea.
Greg Harris told me the settlement came just in time because he was down to his last dollar. Harris was brought up from the minor leagues just a month before the strike. He agrees that many pitchers are going to have a tough time coming back.
Batters, they can go to batting cage. They can see live pitching, you know, even from machine, but at least it's something. But pitchers, you know, we can't really unload anybody or, you know, really give it 100%.
For this team, it's back to baseball tomorrow morning at 10. And manager Joe Torre kind of smiles when he thinks his team may get a fresh start.
If they ever decide to have a split season, the New York Mets will be very happy about that because of the fact that we're in 5th place right now and we'd like to start from scratch again.
The Mets will reopen their season on Monday night, August 10th, but their first game is away. They're going to play the Cubs in Chicago. Ironically, it's the same team they opened the regular season with back in April.
The Yankees started getting ready.
Now he's ahead of Mike Lum with a 2-strike count. Single. Just missing. Ground ball, foul. Fly ball to center. Mookie Wilson will be under it waiting. And Mookie has it. Blackwell will tag at second and cross to third. The ball carried pretty well. Wound up at Mookie. Ball one. New York, last of the 11th. Cubs have the tying run at bat. A low breaking ball. Curveball missing. Look out, it gets away from Stearns and a run will score. Four to 2. I believe they'll score that a pass ball. It got away from John Stearns. High fly ball to center field. Mookie Wilson is under it waiting. He has it, 2 men away. And it brings to the plate Leon Durham, the right fielder. And I believe he's going to bring Ray Searage in to pitch to Leon Durham. Ray Searage will be coming in. Fastball. And a strike call. And a slow roller to shortstop. Baylor picks it up. Baylor throws. He didn't get him. First and third. Infield hit for
good play on it, flipped the first, but just speed out.
Now He pops it up, but a foul ball and out of play. That is high. Breaking ball by Dyer Miller. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Just missed. Line drive down the left field line, and it is a foul ball. Foul ball. Everybody's running. Fly to deep left center. Mookie Wilson back by the wall. Can't get it. It's going to tie up the ball game. It'll tie up the game. A double by Bobby Bonds. Throw home. Not in time. The ball hit the umpire. On to third goes Bobby Bonds. Tie game. Right field. Leon Durham coming in. It drops. A base hit. Hubie Brooks with a Texas Leaguer into shallow right field, leading off the 12th inning. He does bunt the ball. McLaughlin will throw to first base. Ty Waller handles the throw. And moving on to second base goes Hubie Brooks. And McLaughlin missing outside. 2 balls and no strikes. And a fly ball to center field. Bobby Bonds drifting back. Brooks tags up. And Hubie will go to third after the catch by Bobby Bonds. Ball 3 up high. He does, and it's a base hit to right field. Coming home to score, Hubie Brooks. Now we have a 5-4 ball game. For the third time today, the Mets have the lead. And it's Jorgensen who rams a 3-0 delivery to right. So you wondered out loud about it, Art Shamsky. It became a fact.
Well, I would have let him hit because it was a perfect situation, although Mookie is a pretty good hitter. But you know, Mike is a good left-hand batter against a right-hand pitcher. He's got the pitcher.
And a ground ball to short hit by Mookie. De Jesus to second base. And a force play retires the side, but the Mets regain the lead. 1 run on 2 hits with a man left. In the middle of the 12th inning of the score, the Mets 5 and the Cubs 4. Ty Waller will be... Oh, he breaks off of his glove, and the tying run's on second base. Tying run on second base, and nobody out. That'll be scored a double for Ty Waller. Youngblood, after a long dash, made a lunge, and we'll watch it, Art.
What else is going to happen today? An incredible ball game. There you see Youngblood coming into your screen right now. Tries to slide and make the catch. The ball just pops out of his glove. He had a long way to go.
Swings away. Ground ball. Base hit to right field. Cubs have tied it very quickly. And Valentine is throwing the ball home. Jorgie cuts it off. Throw to second. He's out. Blackwell out at second.
Blackwell thought that was the winning run. He did not run to second base. I don't know what was going through his mind, but he started to clap and thought he'd driven in the winning run. It was only the tying run.
Blackwell ties it up. Watch this.
Mike Jorgensen was playing in for the bunt. The ball gets by him. There you see the run coming in. Now, Valentine did not know what to do right there. He throws the ball in, but Blackwell did not hustle. And there you see it right there. He thought it was the winning run that he had driven in.
You're absolutely right, Art. And even hustling. High ball to center field. Back goes Mookie Wilson. That's the second out. Homer in the 7th. Ball 1. Then Kingman hit a 3-run homer in the 11th. Back came the Cubs to tie it. Jordan, a high fly ball to right field. Valentine with an easy play. And Ellis Valentine has it for the out. 1 run on 2 hits and nobody left. And now, believe it or not, at the end of 12, the score, the New York Mets 5 and the Chicago Cubs 5. Hard down the left field line by Youngblood. Fair ball going into the left field corner. Youngblood on his way to second, and he'll come in standing with a well-stroked 2-base hit into the left field corner.
Well, now the Mets have a chance to go ahead once again. 1 out double by Joe Youngblood. He's at second base now, and looks like Ron Hodges is going to be the pinch hitter.
Valentine 0 for 5. And a breaking ball. And a base hit to left center field by Ellis Valentine. Youngblood is coming home to score. Hodges will go to third, and Valentine puts the Mets into the lead for the 4th time this afternoon. Now they are in front by a score of 6-5.
Well, a big base hit by Ellis Valentine drives in a run, and heads up base running by
Griffin. Ground ball toward the hole to Jesus. Throws to second. They've got 1 and on to first. Not in time, and a run scores. not quite in time. And Hodges comes in to score, and the Mets have a 2-run lead. Oh, what a close play at first base.
Well, hustling play by Hubie Brooks gets another run for the Mets. It looked like a cinch double play. De Jesus comes up with it to his right. That's probably what cost him the double play. There's the flip over to second base. Waller over to first, and it's a close play at first. Hubie beats it out. The Mets pick up another run.
Now it's 7-5 New York, and the batter is New York 7 and Chicago 5. To center field, Mookie. No, he did not catch it. Buckner's on with a base hit. Bruce Fleming, the umpire, ran into the outfield and ruled it a trap.
Oh, almost a great catch by Mookie Wilson. We're going to take a look at it. A little fastball there. You see Buckner hitting a good pitch. That's why he's a good hitter. Now here's Mookie coming in. Good call by the umpire.
Perfect call by Bruce Fleming. Ball. And a ground ball down to first. Jorgensen to Baylor. He drops the ball. Everybody's safe. They had the double play going, and Baylor dropped the throw. Ground ball to third. Hubie Brooks to second base. One on to first. Double play. Oh, big one. Hubie Brooks standing his ground. That ball was mashed by Bobby Bonds, and he goes around the infield to get a 5-4-3 double play. And now 2 men away, a runner on third. And coming up for the Chicago Cubs, we're going to get a pinch hitter. It'll be a pitcher, Randy Martz, because he's out of regular players.
A great play by Hubie Brooks. The ball came up on his chest. He still stayed with it. Made a good throw to second base. Doug Flynn pivoted and get the double play. A big double play for the Mets.
Ball 4. The tying runs are on. So Greg. Curve, a strike call. And a fly ball to left center. Mookie Wilson on the run. He'll get there. Game is finally over, and the Mets have won it. Greg Harris holding on, and the Mets win it in 13 innings. In the 13th.
And the New York Mets, two pre-strike back-of-the-pack ball clubs, went right out after each other. Given a clean slate in the new standings, a sort of baseball amnesty, if you will, everyone is now a contender. Anything can happen. And in the opener of the second season, just about anything did. What do you say, Mama? Was it a brave new world out at Wrigley, or was it just like old times? Well then, how's this for scoring the first run of the reborn year? Mike Krukow didn't even have to throw a pitch. Balk, said the umpire, and the Mets had a 1-0 lead. Way to hustle, guys. 7th inning, Bill Buckner up. Score still 1-0 Mets. And there it is, deep to right field, up, and it's out on the street. That tied it up and sent the game into extra innings. 11th inning, Dave Kingman batting with 2 men on. Soaring deep to left field, going, and it's way gone for Mr. Kong. That made the score 4-1, but in the bottom were its own St. Pete. Finally, in the 8th inning, Pete and Peter's son made it all worth the wait. And there it was, a new National League career hit record. Certainly one of the biggest hit records to ever come out of Philadelphia. And the man he replaced on the charts, Stan Musial, was there to spin a little chatter and offer congratulations to the man of the hour. The Phillies scored 2 runs, the boys and the band. Just kidding, fellas. Mighty good to see you all back at the ranch. Now, what we want to know is how those legs are doing. What about the bats? And the gloves? And, well, even virtuoso musicians need time to get in tune. So play on, guys. Okay, you bald fellers, thanks for the jokes, but it's been a mighty long wait, so how about some real demos? That's right, that's right. Bravo! Hey, even the ump is pumped, so air it out, folks, the game is back.
This is Ronald Reagan.
How you doing?
Well, I don't know. I'll tell you. I've had as much trouble getting this line, or a lot. I think I had to wait longer than you did to break the record.
Well, we were going to give you 5 more minutes, and that was it.
Caught by Doug Flynn. Not too difficult that time for Doug. Knocked down by Hubie. He blocked it with his body. And on to Kingman. The side retired. Oh, he paid the price on that one. He stood his ground, blocked it with his body, and then threw out Gary Matthews. Field, Maddox will not be able to get it. Zachary has his 6th base hit of the year as he drops a little parachute behind the lines to life. Bunted foul. And a high hard one. Strike 3 call. Beautiful pitch by off the leg of Dick Ruthven. It'll be a base hit. Runners on first and second, and let's see if Dick Ruthven is going to be all right. A low line drive by Tavares off the leg of Philadelphia pitcher Dick Ruthven, and he is limping around.
Since baseball started up again after the strike, we have seen a lot of balls come right back at the pitcher. I don't know what that means, except that it's been more coincidence than anything else. That ball's got to hurt. Looks like it went right off his ankle. Look how far it rolls away from Mike Schmidt towards third base. Looks like he's going to be all right, but pitching.
2 balls and no strikes to and a fly ball right down the left field line. It might go foul. It's down the line, and he just missed it. Hubie Brooks just missed a 3-run home run. Strike called. It's 2. Lined down the right field line and just foul. Boy, Hubie has just missed a home run and a double by inches. 1 down the left field line and now down the right field line. 2 balls and 2 strikes. High, ball 3. There's Dave Kingman. And a ground ball to first. Rose will throw to second. They have 1. That's all they can get. Runners at first and third and 2 down. Line drive to left field, a base hit. And Mets will take the lead. Zachary comes in to score. And Dave Kingman, the team's RBI leader by a wide margin, has his 38th run batted in. Boa trying to get there. Matthews. It's a fair ball. It drops. In to score. 1 run. Kingman coming home. Throw to the plate. Kingman scores. 2 runs are in. 3-0 New York. A fly ball double landing right on the left field line. Boa and Matthews trying desperately to go 4-0 New York. And Lee Mazzilli is back on target. Lee Mazzilli ripping a hard line drive over the head of Boa and into left center field.
Well, Maz is staying with that pitch a little longer than he has in the past. Swung the bat very well 2 days in a row now. There you see Valentine coming in to score. And what's good about this rally is that everything has happened with 2 out. It's always more difficult to get a base hit with
number 4. Off speed by Dick Ruthven. Played steal. Safe. Stolen base for Lee Mazzilli. Well, Maz looks like he has his game together. Ball to short left field. Gary Matthews makes the game to bat. 4 runs on 5 base hits. No errors and a man left on. At the end of 3, the New York Mets 4 and the Philadelphia Phillies nothing. Way back and going. It is gone, a home run. The National League leader, Mike Schmidt.
Fools Bakeman's right on the pitch. Dave Kingman makes an effort to get it. He's too far off the base, so Zach has to come all the way from the mound to cover. And we're going to see the play right here. It looked like he stepped over the bag, but from this angle, he might have just touched it with the heel of his foot. Here's another angle. A little tough to see right there, but...
Corner being pursued by Ellis Valentine. Rounding third and holding up Bake McBride. And now the Phillies are striking back strong. A double by 1 error, and 2 are left in scoring position. In the middle of the 4th.
Fly. There you see Pete with a head first slide, but Hubie gets the ball. There's a tag. Great throw by Ellis. And a heads-up base running play by Manny Trio into second base. There it is again. Watch Hubie get out of the way there.
In foul ground, and he has it. Lee Mazzilli crossing the line. Do not score. Thanks to a great throw by Ellis Valentine, but nailed Pete Rose. No run. Well hit by Hubie Brooks. Deep to left field, way back. Going and gone. A home run. Watch the Big Apple. We have a new chant at Shea Stadium. It's Hubie, Hubie, Hubie. His 3rd home run. Artie just missed a home run the first time up.
Just missed it by a few feet foul. This time, breaking pitch stayed right with it. Hubie showing some power of late. And the people in the picnic area getting all sorts of souvenirs today.
5-1 New York. Dave Kingman. Run. The arrow points toward Kingman's corner. David will hit his share right there. Dave with 16 right now. Mike Schmidt, the league leader, with 18. Ball 3, 3-0. Ball 4, second time in the game. Hard to third, fielded by Schmidt, thrown to second, and he's out at second. Ball was dropped by Manny Trio after he had made the play at second. He was in the act of getting it out of his glove to throw.
And now the play on over at first base, and Gary Maddox went to sleep. The tag of the bag by Frank Tavares, and the double play ends the inning as Gary Maddox thought there were 2 men out.
Give an assist to the scoreboard. I think it said 2 out when there was 1.
Never believe the scoreboard. That's the first thing they tell you when you go into a ballpark, as Maddox goes dejectedly back to center field, and the side backhanded by Schmidt. A good play. The throw, not in time. So Stearns gets a base hit. Is on the ball, though, hit to center field. The vacuum cleaner is there. Throw to first base, and it's a little close. Stearns does get back in time.
Maddox looking for a
base of this ball game. They're 59th of the year as Stearns gets his 5th.
What do you think? This looked like a pitch out. And Boone's throw, pretty good throw, but Stearns beat it.
Flynn to Tavares to Kingman, a double play. Mets turn their second double play. There, tough play for Flynn. He gets up, gets his man, Doug Flynn. So Flynn helping out Boitano in his first appearance for the New York Mets. No runs, no hits, a walk, a double play, no one left on base. And the score at the end of 6.5 innings, the Mets 5, the Philadelphia Phillies 1, coming on the replay.
Flynn, the Gold Glover. Another beautiful play.
Number 28, Sparky Lyle.
Now this gets Boitano back into the dugout.
At your Datsun dealer now. Have a Datsun 310 and another base hit for Hubie Brooks.
2 coming up for the Phillies. It'll be the hole. Can Flynn get it? He smothers it, but he won't make it. Look at his numbers. 3.00 earned run average. To right center field. Valentine is on his horse. He's there. And Aguayo's got to hurry back. Fly ball to center field. Mookie with plenty of territory waves off Valentine with their 2-out Aguayo hold. They'll answer. Well, with 2 out. Bouncing ball toward the hole. It's taken by Taveras. Oh, what a flip of the ball game is over. Boy, it ended just like it did last night with a ground ball to Taveras, and he gets the final out. Neil Allen picks up his 9th save, and the Mets take 2 out of 3 from the Phillies and up their record to 5-2 in the night. There were no innings
in that 5th inning. Pete Rose had led off with a single, and now a base hit into right center. Ellis Valentine goes over to field it, and Ellis, you can tell us about this. It was all yours.
Well, I had a feeling that Rose was going to try for third. I just tried to get the ball in the air and get it over him, because he used that diving slide, and the ball was right there, and Brooksy made a good tag on it.
Beautiful throw. Couldn't put one on paper better than that.
How would you like to have an arm like that?
Nothing Yankees last night. How about the Mets? The first place Mets now bring on a Subway Series. The shutout last night in Atlanta, Lynch and Allen combined for it. 4-0 the final there as well. Kingman was the story. Look at this. First inning, just reaches out, breaks his bat down the line. In fact, right on the line. An RBI double for Kingman. Then 6th inning. Kingman rips his 17th homer of the year to left. 3-0 Mets. Then in the 8th inning, and it is Kong striking again. Nobody moved on that one. A towering shot, his 18th. 4-0 Mets over Atlanta. Look at this play. 9th inning, Mike Jorgensen on first base. He thinks he's Willie Mays, right? Goes down the line, over the shoulder. Jorgensen has it. What a play. 4-0. Break up the Mets.
Now there is an eye power by Frank Taveras. The big part of this play, he knows he has to gun it against the speed of Collins.
Well, Frank's been making great plays to his right and his left. This time to his right in the hole. Comes up with it. Hubie can't get it, but Frank off balance in the air makes a strong throw to first. A big stretch by Rusty, and they get a very fast runner.
Want to see an instant replay?
Well, he certainly looks like he knows what he's doing.
Darn right he does. He's a cow milker. And he would have won it, but he already had gotten, I don't know how much into the bucket. The cow kicked it over. He had to start over again.
And I've been told that Jay Horowitz, that's PR director, is filing an official protest about this ruling. See Mike Cubbage looking for the handle. It's Bob Baylor getting in it. Now, supposedly the Reds did not get in the wheelbarrow, and they just took the wheelbarrow off and made it to home plate. There you see Baylor pointing to them and complaining right there. So Jay Horowitz is filing an official protest regarding this matter.
Oh, he definitely has a very good protest there, I think.
There you see Bob trying to steer Mike into home plate. He's got to touch home plate with the wheelbarrow.
Dave Collins, we've been late.
Let's take a look at this toss here. Now coming from Randy Jones at the top of your screen. You'll see it right now. This is one of the better tosses of the day. Now watch this play by Ron Hodges. Whoops. Why didn't that egg break?
Now watch him.
Farm night in Cincinnati. Now, why do I tell you that it was farm night? Well, before the Mets-Reds game, the players will tell you he would have won, but the cow kicked over the pail. Anyway, as to the game, Mets won at 7-4. Kingman was up in the 8th inning. Bases were loaded. Mets were down by 3. All of a sudden, they were leading by 1. Grand slammer. Kingman and the Mets, they led at 5-4, won at 7-4.
Over the mound, and no throw by the shortstop, Davey Concepcion. So it's an infield hit for Mookie. The pitch is a strike. The throw by Nolan. He's safe by a mile. Mookie with another steal. Pushes it down the first base line. Going to move Mookie over. Seaver makes the play to Dreesen to get the first. Bouncing ball to Oster. The run will score. And they get Hubie an RBI for Brooks as Mookie crosses.
Now Dan Dreesen with the bases loaded on a 3-2 pitch.
Harry Leach to George Foster, and it's goodbye.
To the wall. Cubbage around second is on his way to third. He'll make third easily. Looks like there's a little bit of a mix-up deep in the outfield. And so Cubbage, as a pinch hitter, has tripled to break the long spell for Tom Seaver.
Well, 2 games in a row that Mike Cubbage has got a base hit, pinch hitting. There you see a fly ball in the left center field. Now watch the center fielder and the left fielder. Looks like the center fielder just stops a little bit, hesitates just a second. Griffey, George Foster, not a good outfielder, lets the ball go. Cubbage on his way to third base. Foster eventually picked the ball up.
It's on third, and the pinch hitter is Mike Jorgen. Ball one is high. Foul back. Only two. And that'll tie up the ball game. A fly ball to deep center field. Griffey way back on the warning track. Makes the catch. Cubbage can walk home with a tying run. So the Mets have tied it up with a run in the top of the 8th inning, and Jorgensen really did a job. He almost stadium, the Mets 2 and the Reds 2. Foul back, he just struck him out. Neil Allen strikes out George Foster. Boy, what a marvelous one-on-one confrontation that was. He's far from being out of. Mookie Wilson will be there, and he has it 2 down. Nolan hitting the first pitch of drive. Low outside, 3 balls, 1 strike. No, he walks it. Now Greason. Curve inside low, 1 ball, 1 strike. He pops it foul out of play. 1 ball and 2. Greason. And a high fly, suddenly tired the side. Mookie Wilson under it waiting. He has it, and Neil Allen again waits, goes through the storm. For the second time, the end of 8. It's the New York Mets 2 and the Cincinnati Reds 2. Down the right field line, fair ball, and it's going down into the corner. Hubie Brooks will wind up on second. Dave Collins will play it back in. And Hubie Brooks, as he did in the 9th inning last night, when he doubled down the right field line, has doubled down the right field line in the 9th inning today.
In Hubie Brooks, you're taking a fine, good, young hitter. Hits the ball to the opposite field. That time the ball in on him a little bit, but he's a strong young kid. Fought it off, drilled the ball. And
taken high. Foul ball. And a high fly ball hit to left center field. It's playable. Back is Griffey, the center fielder, who makes the catch. Brooks is tagging up on his way to third, and he slides in safely at third. Strike call. Wild pitch! Wild pitch! Here he comes! Out at the plate! Seaver tagged out Hubie Brooks. Brooks is out at the plate. Seaver made the play. I don't know how he did that. It took a great bounce for Cincinnati. A wild pitch by Seaver. Watch the replay. A great bounce for the Reds, and a great play by Seaver.
Well, he just throws the ball up and in because he thought Valentine was going to bunt, but the problem for the Mets was the ball kicked right back to the catcher. Came almost back to the catching position. It was an easy play for the catcher to pick it up. Seaver hustling in, cover home plate. Gets the throw from the catcher and tags out Hubie. Well, that was a tough break for the Mets when that ball came right back to the catcher.
The plate. Yes, sir, it does. Strike 3 off the inside corner. Oh, Oster is hot. He thought he had a walk. He's arguing with Fred Brocklander. Brocklander is.
Here's a 3-2 pitch. Another fastball. Now that's a good pitch. If it's inside, it's a 1/4 inch inside.
He'll get there. Foul ball. He dropped it, but it's a foul ball. No harm done, other than the fact that the batter is not retired. Kingman had his glove on it, couldn't hold it, but it was a foul ball. He has it. Kingman cutting to the alley in left center, catches the drive. Tavares looking for it near the line. He's got it. And at Riverfront Stadium, what a ball game. The New York Mets 2 and the Cincinnati Reds 2. Well hit to right center field by Valentine. Griffey and the right fielder Collins hit to the opposite field. And so the tie-breaking run is on. He will bring up John Stearns. They really ends up. There he goes. And a high fly to right field. Dave Collins coming on. Across the line. Can't make a play. Foul ball. Hit and run once again. Foul ball again. Back. It's high. Drive to left center field and sinking in. Base hit. Trevino around second. Will go to third. And the Mets have runners on first and third. Stearns a clean single. Over in the alley in left center field. And now fastball take.
The runner goes, and it's a drive into left field. It'll be caught. The throw is coming home by Foster, streaking for the plate and scoring. Alex Trevino, the ball is loose. John Stearns will go to second. The Mets have a 3-2 lead. What an unusual play because Stearns was running. Foster had a choice there, but naturally the one to take us to throw home. They had to relay the throw to the plate. That's not in time. And a strike called on the outside corner. Side retired. The Mets get the lead for the first time today. 1 run on 2 hits. There was an error on that play at the plate, and a man left on second. And so the score in the middle of the 10th inning, the Mets 3 and the Reds 2. Griffey just sizzling hot. So Concepcion has bunted into a double play.
Well, like a cat. John Stearns acted like a cat that time. Out of the behind the plate, bounced out and got this ball. Watch John Stearns. Throws that mask off. Gets out there in good shape. There's a throw down to second. And Taveras had a lot of time because Concepcion did not get out of the batter's box very quickly on the first base for the double play. There you see a big sigh of relief.
Curve, a strike call to George Foster. Curve low. Line drive to left field. Baylor back. Baylor, he made the catch. The game is over. Baylor caught it. He made a leaping grab against the wall. The Mets win. Marvelous play by Bob Baylor. He had just gone to left field. His face hit hard against the wall. Everybody gathering around to say, "Are you all right, guy?" What a play.
What a game for Bob Baylor. Drives in the winning run with a sacrifice fly and then makes a super catch to end this ball game off George Foster.
That's an unbelievable play by Bob Baylor. So the Mets have won it. They came from behind last night. They came from behind again today. They're taking a look at the bridge work. Larry Mayo, the trainer, manager Joe Torre, with his arm around him. Take a look at this replay. This is a sensational play.
Well, one thing good about this play right here is George Foster does not get this ball up in the air because that would have been over the fence for a home run. Here it is again. High breaking pitch. Now watch this play by Bob Baylor. Going back, a hard line drive. Over the shoulder. Momentum carries into the wall. Super play by Bob Baylor. Let's hope he's not hurt. Looks like he banged up his shoulder and his face on that play, but looks like from here he's going to be all right.
And St. Louis with a doubleheader against San Diego. Over in the
to the line, puts it away. 1 out.
They've got much ground in the outfield, but he might be about 3rd fastest man on the New York Mets. He can run. Even though he's maligned, he can make it move.
Great play by Ubi. Long throw. He's out. Oh, brother, what a stop by Ubi.
We'll look at it again, and not many third basemen have an arm that can get a batter running down the line. Concepcion has good speed, and Brooks with that arm making a great play and completing the out. That's as good as you can do at third base. He has that kind of quickness to be an all-star third baseman.
So 2 good defensive plays to start things off. Nothing. Oh, short hop by Ubi. Hubie again.
Again, we see the quickness that Hubie has at third base. He gets moving so quickly. And now with that gun, he can take some time to throw. Foster not too good play by Frank Taveras. The ball takes a bad hop and bounces up on him. And he still kept it right nearby by knocking it down. Watch this hop. Luckily, it's there, and he has a good arm and picks up the out.
What an inning for Mike Scott. 2 ground balls and a strikeout. And Concepcion is gone.
Come on, Dave. And he couldn't make it. So Dave came in trying to get to it to keep the no-hitter going, but he couldn't handle it, and it'll be a 2-base hit. Mike Scott had retired his first 12 batters. And Foster bloops it into left field to break up the no-hit bid. Play, there's one and the other, but on the double play, Foster scores, and the Reds lead by a score of 1-0. And another good play by Frank Tavares.
With the double play, it's Foster across the plate. He does short hop it, pulls it right in, gets it off to Flynn. He turns it over to Rusty Staub.
Valentine back to the wall, and the catch retires aside. 1 run, 2 hits.
Youngest fan on hand.
Fireworks night tonight.
Through the map. Here he comes. There he goes. Throw by Trevino. They may get him. He's out. Oh, what a quick accurate throw by Alex Trevino. As Tavares covers, and they got him. Ball 3. Bullpen for the New York Mets. They built a grandstand so the fellows in the bullpen could see the game. Strike call, 3-2. Ball 4 and just outside. Second time Mazzilli has walked. See if the bunt play is on. Throw to first. As getting back. Tavares running up. There he goes. They're going to let him try to steal the throw. Safe. Stolen base. Mazzilli steals the base. His 13th of the year. Good call by Art Shamsky.
There's a throw by Joe Nolan. Right on target, but not the velocity that Michael Berry had yesterday. There's the helmet flying off. But he's had this time a leg first slide, good slide. And
he's around a bunt. It's a ball at 2-1. Bunted foul, and it goes to 3-2. Now, foul just got a piece of it. Second. And foul tip. Foul tip. Struck him out for Bereni. Bouncer foul. Something else again. Line drive, base hit to right field. Let's see if Mazzilli tries to score. He's coming home. There'll be no throw. Tie ball game. Dave Collins did not try to throw home. He threw to second. Tie ball game. Hubie Brooks, who leads the team in base hits, delivering a big hit to right field.
Clutch base hit by Hubie Brooks. Every day he looks better and better as a young hitter. Time hitting a ball in the right field. Runner on second base of Mazzilli has that hard slider down and in this time. He didn't get it away from Hubie. Hubie sliced it in the right field. There's Mazzilli coming around third with a good speed. Tie ball game.
Tie game. Big base hit by Hubie Brooks, his 24th RBI. Now here's Kingman. He had to pay for a long hot streak with a cold streak. Oh, look out. Kingman had his mind made up to bunt, and the fastball was high inside, and your life passes in front of you.
This is when you see your life in about a quarter of a second go right in front of you. Shorten up the bunt, took the ball up and in.
And he bunts it down the third base line. They'll never get him. The throw, not in time. Kingman bunting for a base hit. Oh, that was such a good bunt. He had his mind made up to do it. He'd gone 0 for 22. He'd struck out 6 times in a row against Bereni. He said, I got to stop this.
Well, Dave Kingman has had
tied. Hit foul. Chuck Cottier has to duck that one. In the dirt. Good job of goaltending by Joe Nolan. Strike to Valentine. High fly ball to left center field, fairly deep. Foster, the left fielder, under it. Brooks tagging, and Brooks will hold. Valentine has flied out to fairly deep left center. Inside. Foul ball. Inside low. He's coming after it. Got him. Bereni gets his 8th strikeout. With a breaking ball, he fans Rusty Staub. 1 run on 2 hits and 2 were left. On ball, a roller to shortstop. Tavares to Flynn. They'll get 2. Ball to right field, playable. Valentine goes back, and he has it. So Foster is gone. The side retired. No runs, a hit, none left. 7th inning stretch time. In the middle of the 7th at Shea Stadium. And a sampling from the Garucci family just disappearing now. The fireworks lighting up to say, let's go Mets, as the Mets bat in the bottom half of the 7th.
A big display. There you get a sampling of the smoke.
We told Ralph Kiner to leave that cigar at home.
That's like the smoke from Ralph's cigar.
Well, we're counting on the breeze to blow this out. There is a little bit of a breeze. That's George Foster.
George probably feels like he's in the smog in Los Angeles. Nowhere to go. George Foster and Ken Griffey having some fun with it.
You can tell that's a couple of nods. Bouncer to short. Concepcion with ample time. High throw! Safe! High throw by Dave Concepcion. The same man who authored 2 spectacular plays earlier in the ball game. And the Mets have an opening. There he goes, hit and run, swing and a miss, stolen base. Trevino on second with a stolen base. Nolan could not get the ball out of his glove, and had he 1-1, Mets batting in the bottom half of the 7th. He stopped his swing. 3-2. Foul back. Is popped up for the third baseman, Ray Knight. Near the bag, and 1 down. As he did last. Ground ball hit down to first. Greason will take it to the bag. 2 men away, crossing to third, Alex Trevino. Foul ball back in. There's your idea about the bunt. Just inside. 1 ball. Up high. 2 ball. Oh, wild pitch. Coming home, Trevino. The Mets lead. Wild pitch. And the Mets have the lead 2-1. And that run belongs to Mike Scott. That struck like lightning. Here's a pitcher whose control has been perfect all night long, suddenly uncorking a wild pitch, and the run comes in.
Well, that's the importance of getting that run to third base. Get him to third, and he can score anyway. This time a wild pitch. Joe Nolan could not make the play on the ball in the dirt again. Mets pick up the lead run.
Quickly, Kingman, he has it. Kingman cuts into shallow left center, and he has it for the second. Oh, breaking ball inside, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Time, there it is. Time a little down and in. Most of the time, better will break down and away.
That was a beauty. Hit hard. Staub makes the catch. Hard line drive right to Rusty Staub, and the side retired. Rusty with a quick hand up to snag it. No runs, no hits, none left. In the middle of the 8th inning at Shea, the New York Mets 2. And New York. They're going to get serious now.
If you're a Pittsburgh Steelers.
Bunt. Greason. Save. Head first slide. Base hit. Frank Tavares pulling off his specialty, the push bunt. And he's on with a base hit. There he goes. Got a slow start. The throw. He's safe. Tavares slipped as he started. And still with his speed and slide, got there in time. 3 out of 3 for the Mets. And it's in the dirt, but swung and missed strike 3. And strike 1. Look out, Art. Did he offer on it? They want it checked out. No swing. 8. Struck him out. Foul ball. It's in the dirt. It's swung and missed. Valentine racing to first. He'll get there. So runners on first and third. Valentine struck out on a breaking ball in the dirt, and he winds up on first base. And Rusty Staub will come up with runners on first and Staub. Ground ball. Base hit to right field. Coming home, Frank Tavares. On his way to third, Valentine. And the Mets have a 3-1 lead. Rusty delivers a big one. A clean single through the hole to right field. bringing home Frank Taveras to make it 3-1. And the huge crowd at Shea all standing.
A base hit by Rusty Staub drives in the third run for the Mets. Big run. There you see Oster giving it a good try. Taveras coming in to score. Here's another look at Frank Taveras coming in. He's got a little bit of a clap right there, a little bit of excitement. He's going to kick the bat away from home plate.
On 2 hits, no errors, but a wild pitch that was costly to Cincinnati, and 2 men were left on. Bobbled, and safe at first. Safe at first. Kingman in his haste tried to throw the ball to Marshall covering, and they could not. Quick. Bouncing ball slowly hit. Flynn will take the only play at first in time. So Bittner out on a slow bouncer. Flynn took a look towards it to right. Valentine charging it, holding at third base around Oster as Valentine fires the ball in. They will not take any chances against that howitzer. Joe Torre has Ray Searage, a left-hander. Neil Allen, a right-hander, in the bullpen. He comes out to talk to Mike Marshall. The young left-hander from Deer Park, Long Island, is coming in. Fastball, strike 1. In the dirt, and a run will score, and on to second, the tying run. Series and 2. Series with the southpaw from Deer Park, Long Island. What a job to find it done. Got him. Series behind 3-1, strikes out Ken Griffey. A very hard man to strike out. Now there's an example of what in sports they call guts.
That might be the biggest pitch in Ray Searage's young career right there. Came back and got the batter, 3-1 the count. Came back to strike out Griffey. A big pitch for Ray Searage.
He did what he was brought in to do. He got Griffey out. Neil Allen will be called on to get Dave Concepcion to the hand for Ray Searage. Tying run, Dave Collins on second, and Neil Allen ready to go to work against Dave Concepcion. Fastball, a strike. You think Concepcion thought he would try to get the curveball over on the first pitch? If he gets it over. Curve hit on the ground to short. Taken by Taveras. The long throw. The game is over. The Mets win it. Neil Allen getting Dave Concepcion. He got him to hit the curveball. Ground ball to short. Want to see a happy ball club and a happy crowd? You're looking at the happy crowd. There's the happy ball club. Marvelous finish. 13th save for Neil Allen. We'll be back with
M is for Metsies, the miracle clones. Meanwhile, the New York Mets are out to win their end of the bargain, and they ain't just toddling round. They're getting a real feel for things. Who's making this metamorphosis of Joe Torre a winner? Well, some are familiar veterans like shortstop Frank Taveras. Other side now, Frank. Thank you. And, of course, Dave Kingman, the power source. Kong turned defeat around with this 8th-inning grand slammer against Cincinnati, tying him with Johnny Bench and Willie Stargell for most career slams by an active player, 11. For the first time since 1973, when they won a pennant, the Mets won 2 straight in Cincinnati, doing it the hard way. Red-hot Neil Allen saved both victories. In 7 appearances, Allen was untouchable, saving 5 and winning the other 2. That also meant he had taken a hand in 16 of the Mets' first 25 wins. In both games, the Reds appeared headed for victory. Tom Seaver, well versed in past Mets mischief, saw this bad 9th-inning streak work in his favor. But in the 10th inning, reserve Bob Baylor stepped up with another runner at third. Again, a play at the plate, but this time he is safe. Leading 3-2, Neil Allen faced slugging George Foster with 2 down. Now watch Bob Baylor. How about that? Victory the hard way, folks. But it's been working pretty well for the somewhat amazing New York Mets. Now, reliever Mike Marshall joined his 9th big league team recently, the New York Mets, and this week won his first ball game in more than a year. In 1970,
struck him out. Foster fanned, looked like a good slider by Greg Harris.
Situations where he could drive in a run. There's that hard slide swing. Now watch the bat. Ow, right on the back of the head.
Base hit going into left field. Valentine around third, coming home. No throw, the runner's in.
And that's a clutch base hit for Doug Flynn. 2 men out. It's not always easy hitting in that 8th spot with the pitcher up next. There you see Ellis Valentine coming around third. George Foster throwing it in the
base. He threw it a little bit wide.
Good recovery by Hubie after he lost it momentarily. Doesn't hurry his throw. And a good dig by Rusty out of the dirt.
1 man on. Mazzilli around first, heading for second. It got past Mejias. Griffey will pick it up. And Mazzilli digging for third. He'll make it standing. His second 3-base hit of the day.
Well, he hit this ball very well, but Mejias comes in. The ball kind of sinks on him, and it gets by him. And once it got by him with Mazzilli's speed, just a foot race. You see Griffey picking the ball up. Maz hustling around second. He goes into third with the second.
He throws the ball wide. With a routine play at second base, and Mazzilli throws it offline.
Wow. This is an embarrassing moment because he had the sure DP. Here it is. Makes a nice shoestring catch to start it off. And all he had to do was toss the ball to second base and was way offline, so Thon gets back. 3 hits, 1 error. And the score after 4, it's the Astros 2 and the Mets nothing.
Now Kingman comes up representing the tying run. Second walk by Joe Neek. Well hit but foul. Deep left center field, a base hit. It's going all the way back to the wall. Hubie Brooks will score. Lee Mazzilli is around second. He'll stop there with a run-scoring 2-base hit. Long drive in the gap in left center field, going all the way back to the wall, about 395 feet out. And Lee Mazzilli is getting back into that good groove.
Well, I don't know if this was a knuckleball, but it was some kind of breaking pitch on the outside part of the plate. And Maz is swinging the bat a lot better now. Hit the ball where it was pitched in the left center field. Hubie with the good speed, rounding third. He comes in to score. Maz had thought.
Now we'll see if they go to Joe Sambito, Art. Here's Rusty coming in. And Lee Mazzilli will bring it home. And Rusty Staub with an inside-out swing delivers a line drive base hit to left heart to tie it up. What a pro.
Well, Rusty's a good clutch hitter. Slapped the ball in the left field. He's got that swing down pat. A little stroke in the left field on a slider. Base hit. We now have a tie ball game.
We'll get a pinch runner for Rusty Staub, and it might be Ron Gardenhire. We saw quite a bit of Ron when we were covering Tidewater games during the baseball strike. Young infielder from the University of Texas, who was playing shortstop until Brian Giles was moved over there. Then he played second and third. And what a popular player. Back to grab it for the out. Ron Gardenhire getting his first chance in the big leagues. Screwball, strike 3. He got him. It broke over the inside corner, and Jose Cruz is called out. You never like to be called out in a tough spot like that.
Here's the last pitch. Well, it looked like it was down when it was caught by the catcher, but
again you see Ellis Valentine with his arm.
Mental lapse here after the base hit off Kingman's glove. Valentine will pick it up. Now there's Howe streaking into third, but Ashby kept on running, and Tavares covering at second. They're able to nail him.
Mets are happy to be home. They beat Atlanta again, 4-2. Mets climb a game over 500. Defense. The Braves could have had a bigger first inning against the Mets if not for Ellis Valentine in right field. Good catch, Ellis. The Mets could have had a smaller first inning if not for Eddie Miller, the Braves left fielder. Where is it? Eddie loses it in the sun. Lee Mazzilli scores on the play. Mazzilli had tripled. Still in the first inning, Valentine hits it off the fists. Nobody can get it out there. Hubie stops at third. Then he keeps going when Glenn Hubbard falls down. 2-1 Mets in the first inning. Ninth inning now. Tying runs are on base. Bruce Benedict is up. Neil Allen pitching, and it goes around the horn. Third, second, first. Game ends. Beautiful double play. Allen's 15th save. Pat Zachary got the win.
Outside throw by Benedict in the dirt, and he's safe. Goes through. Good backup job by Glenn Hubbard.
And mad against Atlanta in this series. Benedict has a fine throwing arm, and right here, Mookie beats the throw, and a good backup, as Steve pointed out, by Hubbard, the second baseman. Pulling the ball there, so the runner could get over to third, and the Mets.
Now the rookie, and he is safe. 3-1.
And it took all of Mookie's speed to score this run against the powerful arm of Claudell Washington. We'll look at it again. Line drive to right field. It's fairly deep, and Claudell, with that great arm, carries it all the way in on the fly. And it is close. Great slide by Mookie as he gets his hand, and a good call by Harry Wendelstadt. The Hoyer, the pitching coach of the Braves, passed on, and away. Cotier waving in Wilson, and the Mets score. So Bruce Benedict, he had Mazzilli dead at first base, and he threw the ball away.
He sure was. Mazzilli was a dead duck. There's Mookie on his way. He sees what's happening. He's going to score as the ball trickles out to right field. Hubbard picks it up, has no play anywhere. And the Mets have cut the deficit in half.
Last night, the Mets beat the Pirates 3-1. Rookie Ed Lynch, 7 innings, allowed only 4 hits. Neil Allen got a 16th save. Doug Flynn, by the way, elbowed in the chest by Alexander, should play tonight. All right, let's go to the videotape. Last night's game, top of the first inning, and Rusty Staub, boom, his 282nd career home run, standing room crowd only in Pittsburgh, as you can see. That made it 1-0. Top of the fourth. Mazzilli with a base hit by the glove of Gray. Hubie Brooks around third. Here comes Lacey's throw to the plate, and safe at the plate. That made it 2-0 Mets. Top of the eighth, 2-1 Mets, and Jorgensen fly ball left field. Eastler coming over, and oops, it goes by him. Gardenhire scores to make it 3-1. That's the way the game ended, and Mr. G was at the game last night in Atlanta.
For the first pitch, a fastball, and he laced it on a line into center. And a drive toward the gap in right center field. Base hit. Now shooting all the way back to the wall. Mookie Wilson is around third. He's flying home. He'll score without a throw. And the Mets lead 1-0 on a well-hit double to deep right center field by John Stearns. For John, his 9th double of the year.
Here it is again in the right center field, and when you got Mookie on first base, if you hit a ball in the gap, he's going to score. Lacey can't come up with it. It gets by him, and once it gets by him, forget it.
Ball through the hole, a base hit to right field. Lacey up with the ball. Stearns is being held at third. Throw cut off by Jason Thompson. With nobody out, Chuck Cotier wise. Hammered foul. And a ground ball to second might be a double play. Berra to Foley, and back to Thompson. A 4-6-3 double play. Coming in to score, John Stearns. Second base. Lee Mazzilli to Doug Flynn. And Foley, trying to get into scoring position, is out. Good throw by Lee Mazzilli for 15. who threw to Frank Tavares to make it a double play. A little bit more room, they could have gotten 3. Well, this one's for everyone watching at home. Why not grab a cold one before the next inning? You know, nothing goes better with baseball than Budweiser.
Well, there's the replay.
Ron Hodges. So Joe Torre goes to his pool bait gang, the reserves. And Ron hit to right field. Now Hodges, I believe, will stop at second as Lee Lacy throws the ball back in. Ronnie Hodges not fast to foot, so wisely he stopped at second.
Too bad the Mets couldn't get that.
It might drop. Jason Thompson can't get it. It drops for a base hit. Hodges trying to score. They may get him. No, he scores. Throw to second base, and now it's a foot race back to first. Throw to third. Safe at third. Everybody's safe. Wild play. Everybody's safe. A run scores. There was nobody covering first. Dale Berra saw he wouldn't be able.
At the end of 8.5 innings, the Mets 5 and the Pirates 3. And now Pictures Hanover. Ground ball hit slowly out to third. Brooks will have an easy play. And he puts it away for the first out here in the. Just didn't. The Mets leading by 2 here in the 9th inning. Ground ball to the shortstop, Gardenhire, and the throw to first base for the out, and the Pirates are down to their last out. And the 3-2 pitch out to center field. Lee Mazzilli off and running, and he hauls it in, and the Mets win the ball game, and Series picks up a save. So the Mets split the series as they win the final 2 games after dropping the doubleheader. Series pitches a 1-2-3 inning. He pitched to 5 batters and got them all. And the winning pitcher will be Terry Leach, his first major inning. His second in this game. Mets third off Bob Forsch. A runner on base side over the head of Hernandez. Mazzilli will go to third. And the Mets will have runners at first and third with 1 man out. Stearns gets his first hit now. He did it on his own. Here he hits behind the runner and gets him over. And it seems to me that Stearns, who is an awfully good enough to score a run. Dane Orge back there to catch it. Tagged up at third is Mazzilli, and the Mets get on the scoreboard. It's now the Cardinals 3 and the Mets 1 as he comes up with it on the first hop. And he throws over to first base for the out, and that ball was a rocket. What a play by Hubie Brooks.
George Hendrick just drills this ball towards third. Breaking pitch looked like a high slider. Good thing he didn't get that ball up in the air.
Almost took his glove off his hand. His way to third. Here comes George Hendrick and his throw, but it's not in time, and Tavares gets a base hit for the first time in 5 ball games.
Number 23, second baseman.
Well, Tavares breaks out of his slump as Ord's trying to shoestring it, but it gets behind him, and George Hendrick will have to cover up. In the meantime, Tavares able to streak all the way into third with a triple.
Ramsey comes up with it, and the throw to first base retires the side. Says that's way back, and it is over the head of the right fielder, Gene Roof, and bouncing into the stands for a grounds rule double. So Mazzilli with his third base hit, his second double, and the Mets have the tying run to the plate.
Hit number 700 for Lee, so it's a milestone. It will go to deep right center field. Orge tries to make a spectacular catch right here, an acrobatic catch.
The throw by the catcher Porter is not in time, and Mazzilli steals third. A gambler's play, and Mazzilli got away with it. That's his 6th. Look out. And a ground ball, and Hernandez has it. Now he tries to beat Stearns. Who got there first? It's Hernandez who got there first. Mazzilli scoring. It's now a 3-2 ball game, and the Cardinals have the lead. Stearns had the breath knocked out of him as he tried.
It's an exciting bang-bang play. A little dribbler down to first. It's enough to score Mazzilli, but watch this.
Number 7, third baseman Hubie Brooks.
Hernandez has nobody to throw to, so this is his only play. Right now they're neck and neck. And let's get another look.
Right now Hernandez out in front.
Ooh.
Boy, what a play that was. Joe Torre with an argument for a while now going back. And it brings up Dave Kingman. And that's ball 1. Ground ball, foul. And that one is drilled down the left field side, and right there, making the catch, is the left fielder, Gene.
Getting stronger. He struck out 6 Cardinals in the 5-hit complete game on May 22nd here in St. Louis. So now he gets his second out.
So Hernandez right up there in the top 10. And he struck out on the changeup, and Zachary works a fine 1-2-3 inning, getting 2 strikeouts. And the home plate umpire, Dick Stello, making the out call. And
Continues to beef, and here it is once again, Ralph, and he might have a pretty good argument. Well, no runs, 2 hits, 1 left, and the score at the end of 6. Cardinals 3, Mets 2, and we'll be back right after this.
Room in the gaps here in this ballpark. The ball wasn't hit that well, but center fielder George Hendrick was over in right center field. He had a long way to go, and once it bounces over your head there, you got a long way to run. And Cubbage looking at the ball there, hustling into third base, and
one away last night. Let's go to the videotape. Top of the 2nd inning, Gary Matthews, the batter. Matthews, ground ball to Hubie Brooks, who had been playing pretty good ball, but not last night. That's the first one. Top of the 4th, Matthews says, let me try this guy again. Brooks has it, throw to first, forget it. Second error of the day. Then, top of the 6th, try to pick the man off. No, sir. 3 errors for the Mets. Then what about this play? Last of the 7th, 3-0 Phillies, 1 out, Flynn is second. Stahl, base hit right field. For some reason, they send Flynn home, even though they're down 3-0 in the 7th, 1 out, only 1 out. They kill the rally. The next batter, Kingman, long drive to center field. Look at this catch by Gary Maddox. Reaches up, robs Kingman of the home run right there. Phillies win it 3-2. In Fenway last 12,000 showed up at Shea tonight. The Mets beat the Cardinals 8-1. Flynn and Brooks knocked in 6 of the 8 runs. The winner was rookie Ed Lynch. Jesse Orozco came in the 7th. Let's go to the videotape and look at Mookie Wilson. Top of the 6th inning, Oberkfell, the batter. Fly ball, right center field. Mookie on his horse, reaches out. All right, Mookie. How fast is Mookie Wilson? Here it is, ground ball, first base, Hernandez. The throw to the pitcher, no, sir, too late. Base hit for Mookie. And 2 pitches later, there goes Mookie. Throw to second, stolen base, 21st of the year, 8-1 Mets. In
Detroit beat Cleveland 4-3, and the Mets are still alive. They beat the Cards again, 6-2. They're just 3.5 games out of first place. First inning, and it's Mookie. What a shot from Mookie. He says, sorry about the errors I made the other night. 2-run homer for Mookie. Then in the 6th inning, Kong says, sorry I haven't hit a home run for a month. A 3-run shot for Kingman, his 20th. The Mets beat the first place Cards again, 6-2. And see what you get for helping out here. Watch Gene Tennis. Tennis on the ball. He hands it right back to the catcher. The only problem was Hendricks was running on the play, so that was interference by Tennis. You're not allowed to do that. Hendricks had to go back to first base. Incidentally, Pete Falcone, the complete game today for the Mets, the first Mets complete game in 4 months. Of course, 2 of those months, nobody pitched any kind of game. The last place Phillies got out. The home run earlier wasn't by Mookie Wilson. I just wanted to say it was by Hubie Brooks who had made the error. Forget it. Michelle Davis.
Plays the fool or just keeps it cool, he might better look out for the eye that's looking in. This ain't the French Foreign Legion. This is a ball game in the big leagues. And whatever the weather, from bullpen to dugout, a look inside reveals there's more than one way to beat the heat. And there are plenty of ways to stay warm. After all, a stitch in time, and you can go 9. Well, it seems so. Right, Gaylord? In the dugout, the camera finds that Lefty Carlton likes to keep his hands in shape, while Jerry Royce likes to keep the dugout in shape. Oh, well, you never know what you're liable to see when you go to the ball game with your TVs. Right, fellas? Up, down, and all around. Every position. to red-hot hitting, courtesy of Baltimore.
3.5 games back of the Cardinals. Their last chance to play the Cardinals, who lead in the National League East. If they can win the ball game here today, they'd be just 2.5 games back. It's also a special day.
Change the lineup at the last second as you look at Zachary in slow mo. Usual plays in this series. Good catch by Kingman. And Templeton just...
Yes, the throw to second is offline. And the tag is made by Gardenhire. And what a play Gardenhire made to tag Templeton coming on down. What a pitch by Zachary. It's a changeup on a 3-1 pitch.
This is amazing. The pride of Okmulgee, Oklahoma, comes over to the other side of second base and puts the tag on Templeton. What a play by Gardenhire. And again, whichever way you look at it, it's a beauty.
Good one. And the tag is made, but the call is safe. What an arm that Mike Howard has. Third on the base hit by George Hendrick. A broken bat base hit.
Mets filling the crowd with his defense. Howard noted for the shotgun arm. Well, this is a bazooka.
Allen stands 2 of the 3. Cardinals go in order. No runs, no hits, none left. In the middle of the 8th inning here at Shea, the Mets 5 and the Cardinals 5. Coming up for New York, Hubie Brooks. 18 hits. St. Louis 5 runs, just 7 base hits. More hits in the game today for the Mets than in any game all year long. St. Louis scored 2 runs in the first inning, driven in by Dane Orge, and then in the third, George Hendrick hit a 3-run homer. And St. Louis had a 5-0 lead. They held it. The Mets got 2 in the 6th and 3 in the 7th and tied the game. 3, and John Stearns has 3. Had 2 doubles. And a slow chopper. Littell will have to hurry. No, he can't get him. Hubie is on. That's his 4th hit of the afternoon. When you're hot, you're hot. The others have all been solid blows. This one, he'll take it. A Baltimore chop. And he's out here talking with Dave Kingman as we look at Hubie Brooks. Hubie. I believe he offered it. Ground ball, base hit. Hubie Brooks rounding second. I believe he'll stop right there. And now runners on first and second. Nobody out. Kingman delivers an important hit. A single to left. And he swings away and he pops it up. Runners on first and second. They invoke the infield fly ruling. Tommy Herr makes the catch. One more. The ground ball to short. Templeton might get 2. Now the throw to first. Double play on the side retired. A ground ball into a... So no runs, 2 hits, and a man left. Now at the end of 8 at Shea, it remains the Cardinals 5 and the Mets 5. Back goes Mookie. Way back. Can't get a play. It's off the wall. Landrum is on his way to third. He might try to score. The ball was dropped by Mookie, and Landrum is coming home, and he'll score. And inside the Parker. The ball got away from Mookie Wilson coming off the center field wall, and Landrum circles the bases. We'll wait and see whether it scored a home run or 3 bases and an error. Ball to the outside corner. The side retired, but the Cardinals have taken the lead. 1 run, 1 hit, an error, and nobody left. In the middle of the 9th inning, the score, St. Louis 6 and New York 5. The center fielder. The Mets are down to their last out. By Frank Taveras, the tying run is on base. So Frankie is 2 for 2. He's going to try for second. The throw. He's there. He's safe. Taveras steals an extra base. And so the tying run's in scoring position. Oh, what a gamble he takes, and he makes it pay.
Well, Frankie, a clutch 2-out base hit in the 9th inning. Hustles all the way. That's Gene Roof coming up with the ball. Throws off balance. He probably should have planted himself, but he didn't. And Frankie gets into
the batter, 2 down. Mookie 3 for 5. Ball 1. Fork ball again. 1 ball. Inside low. Ball 3.
good ball game.
High fly, hit early deep to right field, but it might go. Let's watch. Home run! Home run! Home run by Mookie Wilson. The Mets win the ball game. The Mets have won the ball game. Mookie Wilson, a two-run homer. And look at the scene around home plate. Moment of the year for the New York Mets. Pandemonium. Crowd is disbelieving, standing and roaring. And now they're yelling for Mookie. Mookie, they want him to come out. Mookie comes out and he takes a bow. The Mets have won it. They win it 7-6 on a two-run homer. And now they're 2.5 games out of first place. What a sensational ball game.
Incredible ball game. Mookie atoning for an error he made in center field to allow a run to score. Now comes back with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th, trailing by a run. A runner on second base, and hits a 2-out, 2-run home run to win the game for the Mets. There you see Landrum going back, but over his head into the Met bullpen. Caught by Ron Hodges, a happy Ron Hodges, and the Mets win the ball game 7-6.
Oh. Well, shades of old times at Shea Stadium. The biggest victory of the year by all odds for the New York Mets. Shades of old times like the thrills of '69 and '73. The crowd not wanting to leave. They are enjoying it so very, very much. The Mets win it on a 2-run homer by Mookie Wilson. For Mookie, it was his 4th base hit of the ball game. And the crowd just staying here. They don't want to go home. It's unbelievable. Ralph Kiner will have Mookie Wilson and Doug Flynn as his guest on Kiner's Corner coming up in a very few moments. It would have been tragic for the Mets to lose this one, Art, because they were down 5-0. They caught up. They tied the game 5-5 at the end of 7, and then it looked like they were going to lose on a ball hit by Tito Landrum off the center field wall. It was dropped by Mookie. Landrum scored, but Mookie went from goat to hero in a hurry.
Well, down 1-2-3. They left 3 on in the second of the ball game. Doug came up in the bottom of that 6th inning. He had flied out to the outfield twice, and with 1 out, Doug gets it started when he doubles down the left field line. Doug, you've been hitting the ball a lot better lately.
I've hit it real good, but they've been pitching me away, playing me away, and I've been hitting the ball pretty good the last 3 or 4 days, but they've all been outs. And today they threw me in a couple of times, and I hit the ball hard to right, so I said, well, I'm just going to go up and move up on the plate just a hair and then look for the ball in and try to pull one, at least keep them honest. And he gave me a fastball in, and I just good placement down the line.
Well, he went right down the line with it. This is Larry Sorensen, who was the starting pitcher. Looked like he was going to have one of the most hits for a shutout in the ball game as it was going down the line right here. Doug then moving on to second base against the throw of Gene Roof. And that put a runner at second base with 1 man out. Then after another man was out, the batter, Gil Hodges, I always say that Ron Hodges, comes up with another double, and Mets get their first run of the ball game. So then finally, Mookie had singled in the 3rd inning and was 1 for 3 at this point. And Mookie, so far, you were busy in the outfield, but nothing spectacular. There's no question about it. And let's take a look at Mookie as he comes up with a double. And this puts the Mets into the scoring column for the 2nd time. Sorensen's still pitching, but this is his last pitch. Ball hit out into left field, a diving try by Gene Roof. Ball bouncing away, and Mookie gets a double as a run scores, and the Mets look like they're back in the game, but then Doug Bear came in and struck out the next batter, bottom of the 7th inning with a real rally. It started out in an infield base hit by Hubie Brooks, actually bounced through the infield, and then with 2 men out, John Stearns singled the center field to drive in a run to make it a 5-3 ball game, and that brought up Doug Flynn, and Doug right here in this spot making great contact, and this is the last pitch that you'll see thrown by Sorensen. Doug, you hit that ball well. It carried well, certainly in the right spot.
Well, they really play me over shift to the right side, and John was hustling the whole way, and any ball that I hit in the left field gap, I usually got a chance for a hit, and you know, I haven't been pulling the ball that much. And when I came in, Rusty looked at me and said that was awfully good placement on that ball.
He won against, I said it was Sorensen, it was Doug Bear who made that pitch, and that brought in Jim Cott in the ball game. It also brought Rusty Staub in with a time run at second base, and Jim Cott, of course, a left-hand pitcher. The Mets weren't going to switch to a right-hand batter with Rusty, so Rusty, you hit against left-handers. Do you prefer right-handers or left-handers to hit against?
Well, you know, some guys, they just give you trouble.
He comes up in this spot against Jim Cott.
I tell you, when Rusty came in, too, I just hit before that, and the shadows were really bad, and it was tough to pick up the ball.
Yeah, you had to concentrate hard there.
So the base hit goes through, and Rusty ties up the ball game, and as Mookie Wilson hits it over the right field fence. Is this your first one over the right field fence?
Here, yes, sir.
Yeah. And when you hit it, do you think it was going to be a home run?
No, I didn't know. Whenever I hit the ball in this situation, I'm thinking
I
three
really
bases.
did. I didn't think there was any doubt after he hit it. Because we had 25 guys on the bench blowing.
Look at that.
Look at Hajo.
Hajo was in there.
Hajo do anything to get on TV with him.
So Mookie, you didn't even slow down. You're going like you're just going for a base hit.
Well, it's like me sprinting.
That's the only way I know to go.
Don't get carried away, Rusty.
Well, that was a tremendous finish to a great ball game. The Mets coming from behind 5-0 to win it by a score of 7-6.
Ralph,
St. Louis on top by 2 games with the Cardinals winning today. Montreal 2 games back. The Mets are 3 games back. Cubs are 4.5. And Mookie does it again. It'll be a 2-base hit. Mike Easler gets it back in, and Mookie leads off with a double. That is his 8th double of the year.
Mookie picks up where he left off. He went 4 for 6 yesterday with a double and the 2-run homer. And he leads off here for the Mets with a 2-base hit down.
It's a drive to center field, a base hit. Mookie making a turn and waved on in, and he comes in to score. So Lee Mazzilli drives in his 30th run, and the Mets lead by a score of 1-0.
There it is.
He makes the catch. Closest they've come to breaking a no-hitter. Ryan, the end of 7, a no-hitter. We'll be right back. Houston leading 2-0. Here's the 7th inning stretch. Here, Houston 2, Dodgers nothing. Goes into the 8th inning. He's got a no-hitter, and there he goes out to work. Nolan Ryan, 7 innings pitched. No hits, no runs. He is struck. Popped up. Cruz. Reynolds. Cruz. Hot shot. Garner has it. 2 outs. Ball to Garner. Should be easy. He goes into the 9th inning with a no-hitter. Listen to the crowd. And it sets up the 9th, where Nolan Ryan has Davey Lopes, Kenny Landreau, and Dusty Baker. And there's the man of the hour. And the fans are starting to react already as Nolan Ryan sets out to try to get the last 3 outs to get his no-hitter. He's tied with Sandy Koufax right now, 4 apiece. And we'll be right back. Houston leading in this ball game, but the story is Nolan Ryan, 5-0 Astros over the Dodgers. Tom Lasorda is going to his bench, and he'll have Reggie Smith hitting for down to 3 outs to give him the no-hitter. And even before...
ball game. The Mets beat the Cubs 2-1. Rookie Charlie Palaio, his first Major League start, went 8 innings, allowed only 7 hits, no earned runs, 1 unearned run. He couldn't get the win. Neil Allen came in and did. So the Mets still are mathematically alive, although Irv Jakovsky would have to tell you it would have to snow tomorrow is the only way they have a chance of finishing first. Let's go to the videotape. This was it, 1-1, bottom of the ninth, 2 on, 1 out. And Lee Mazzilli with a pinch hit, base hit to left field. Henderson up with the ball. Here comes Stearns. Throw to the plate, slide. John safe. The ball game's over. The Mets win 2-1. Oh, yeah, my brother Ware was at the game. There he is. Now,
and decent man has been forced off the New York sports stage. Joe Torre fired today as manager of the Mets. Here's Len Berman.
Maybe George will hire him. George will probably replace Lemon next year. I think the shame of the Joe Torre firing is he never had a chance. It wasn't his fault for all the crummy trades over the years. It wasn't his fault for all the injuries, including this year. The guy never had a good, healthy team to manage in New York. So the shame of it is we still don't know how good a manager Joe Torre is. Here are some thoughts from Lee Mazzilli and Joe himself.
Joe and myself, we had our ups and downs, but Joe has helped me too, and he stuck by me when times are bad. You hate to see anyone get fired. You get hired, you get fired in this game as a manager, and that's the tough part of it. But I'm sure Joe Torre will have no problem getting a job in the big leagues. He'll be managing somewhere. And, I know all the guys wish him the best, but it's tough when you get fired.
As I say, if I had enough time, I don't know. I think the ball club's ready to win right now, and I'm just sorry I'm not going to be a part of it. But that's the way it is. That's baseball, and I have absolutely no grudges against anyone. I'm pleased and I'm happy that M. Donald Grant to begin with gave me the chance to manage, and managed here over 4 years, and what can I say? It was an experience that I'll never forget.
What a class guy. After getting fired, hangs around, manages the game, and then talks to everybody afterwards. That's classy. Giant fans. Even though he was fired, as I said, Joe Torre managed today, and he won his last game as a Met manager, 2-1 over Montreal. There's Joe, already fired with his coaches. There's Bob Gibson in front. He's gone as well. Second inning against Montreal. Rusty Staub drills it to right. That is a ground rule double. Jerry White looks up. Ellis Valentine scores 1-0. Mets end the season by winning 2-1. And finally,
if it's a gray day at Shea, blame it on the Torre story. Now, there's a lot of rhyme to all that, but according to many Mets fans, there's very little reason. Gene Downey has more on a bad day for a good guy named Joe.
Joe Torre may be one of the nicest guys in baseball, but he isn't a winning manager, and that's baseball's bottom line. The decision to fire Torre was announced to Mets fans after the 7th inning of yesterday's game.
Torre's last game as Mets manager was this one against Montreal yesterday. The Mets won it 2-1. Torre said he won his first game as manager and he wanted to win his last one. But there was trouble with the games in between, and everybody knew it.
Joe had come to me the day before yesterday on Saturday and said, can we sit down and talk because I have to tell my coaches something. What I mean is that Mr. Torre fully realized that we were probably going to make a change. He is a very sensitive and a fine gentleman.
Cashin indicated that the Mets seemed to have real potential during spring training. It was a 500 ball club then. When the real season started, Cashin said Torre should have done better.
When you reduce this game and you go past the statistics and the personalities, the name of the game is winning. That's what it's all about. That's why we work so hard to do it. So what I am really looking for is somebody who can help me win, perhaps more than Mr. Torre.
Joe had 18 successful years as a player with the Braves, the Cardinals, and the Mets. He played in the 1971 All-Star Game, and that year he was named Most Valuable Player for the Cards. But his winning record didn't translate when he became a manager. In 4.5 years with the Mets, 286 wins, 420 losses. Fans didn't like to see their team lose, but some don't like to see Torre, a New Yorker, get blamed for it.
Given the fact that the talent hasn't been that great with the team, and there's some good rookies coming up, I thought it was kind of premature.
I don't think he's had the opportunity with the people that he's had to work with right now.
Torre's clubhouse restaurant and bar is in the shadow of Shea Stadium. It's run by Joe and his partner, Sal Marglione. Sal said Joe and his 5 coaches stopped in for dinner last night. Dinner and a few laughs.
Joe had a good dinner, and he feels that he definitely will find something else. And he's been in baseball long enough to know that these things will happen.
Well, Torrey is in Montreal right now. He's going to announce the playoff games on CBS Radio. Jim?
And Mr. Wolf will be here by and by, and he will most certainly have a few comments to offer regarding the dismissal of one Joe Torrey.
And also coming up, how the folks who brought us Masterpiece.
Big blow, 3-run homer by George Hendrick. No runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Mets. Pop fly to right center field. Howard and Mookie Wilson are together, and Howard makes the call. 1 away. 3 times they've gotten her on fly balls. Ray Searage, who came over from the St. Louis Cardinals system for catcher Jody Davis, who now plays for the Cubs. And here's Gary Templeton, who reached on a bunt and walked in the 3rd. Fastball is looped to right near the line. Howard with a chase. He won't get it. And it gets behind him. Templeton will reach second easily. Two-base hit for Gary Templeton. That's his second double of the series. So 1 out, a man on second. Here's Keith Hernandez coming to the plate.
All right, here it's a little bloop flare out into right field. Howard gets too close to it, tries to stop, falls down, ball going by, and Doug Flynn has to retrieve it, and it holds Templeton to a 2-base hit.
First hit off Searage. Hernandez 1 for 1 with a walk. Hit a hotline drive to right his last time up. Fastball on the outside corner, strike 1. 1 out in the 4th inning. 5-0 St. Louis, trying to salvage this 3-game series. Mets winning the first 2, 8-1 and 6-2. Foul tipped it at the plate. 0-2 to Hernandez. Keith with 2 hits in this series in 9 at-bats. And he's hitting .302. One ball, 2 strikes. Gary Templeton, he looped a double down the right field line. He's at second with 1 down. Low and away, evens the count, 2-2. Hit to the screen. Count holds. Series 1-0. His 1 win was the 2nd day of the 2nd season at Wrigley Field in Chicago. A topper to the mound. His only play at first as Templeton goes down to 3rd on the play, makes it 2 out. This Bud's for the Mets. Win or lose, you sure give everybody a lot of thrills. Here's to you, the king of beers. George Hendrick, 2 for 2 with a 3-run homer to left field, his 17th in the 3rd inning off Pat Zachary. High, 1-0. Templeton at 3rd with 2 out. Got the knees. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cardinals will be in Chicago after this series. The Mets have the Pirates in for 2. Almost chased a high outside pitch, and it's 2-1. Templeton at 3rd. Searage really throwing hard. Haven't seen too many forkballs, which is one of his specialties. Wrapped on the ground to Flynn. And he whips it over to Kingman to retire the side. So he gets the dangerous George Hendrick. No runs, a hit, a man left at third, and the score in the middle of the 4. It's the Cardinals 5 and the Mets nothing. And coming up for the Mets, Lee Mazzilli, John Stearns, and Doug Flynn. Now here's a word from Budweiser.
This Bud's for the people who make the tough jobs all part of a day's work.
This Bud's for you.
Yeah, just for you, that distinctively clean, crisp taste that says Budweiser.
For all you do.
This Bud's for you.
Where is he, Martha?
Still no sign of him.
It's my fault. Our son wanted to drive our new Datsun 210. I said, go ahead, the tank's full. That was 4 days ago.
Talk about gas mileage that's good for you. Datsun has 12 models estimated 30 mpg or better. Now that's driven.
Hi, folks.
Hope that Datsun runs out of gas soon. We're not getting any younger.
Have a Datsun. It's good for you. It's good for you. Have a Datsun.
Hello, I'm Tom Dunn.
And I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Now we're covering more of your world with New York's only hour-long midday report.
We have headline news and features.
Ken Pruitt with the business report.
Film and theater critic Judith Crist.
Marianne Pedersen on family activity.
And family medical guidance from Dr. Lendon Smith.
Consumer update, shopping tips and visits to interesting restaurants.
News at noon, now a full hour on Channel 9.
Bottom of the 4th. A count of 1 strike to Lee Mazzilli, who hit a line drive single to center his first time up. 0-2 now.
You know, Steve, you're talking about throwing hard. I think one of the most exaggerated expressions is that a pitcher is throwing over 90 miles an hour. Very few pitchers do. In fact, about 18 of them have been clocked over 90 miles an hour in the history of baseball. And you'll hear that expression used an awful lot. He's throwing 90 miles an hour. But when you look at a fellow like Bob Turley, who was an outstanding thrower, he was clocked in 1960 at 90.7 miles an hour. Now, none of these fellows out here are throwing anywhere near that. Ryan Dern, who is considered a hard-throwing fastball pitcher, in 1960 was clocked at 91.1 miles an hour.
2-2 pitch. Hit hard, but right at her on a hop. He's got all kinds of time, and there's one away. Who's the fastest pitcher you ever faced?
I would put Rex Barney in it as the hardest-throwing pitcher, pitched for the Brooklyn Dodgers, but he was never clocked. Nolan Ryan was clocked at the highest rate. In 1974, they clocked Nolan Ryan at 100.8 miles an hour. Second to him, J.R. Richard was clocked in 1978 at 100 even miles an hour. Walter Johnson was clocked back in 1914.
Base hit for John Stearns. He's 2 for 2. Ruth gets it back in.
I didn't know they had clocking devices in 1914, but Walter Johnson, and they always say he was the hardest throwing pitcher ever, was clocked at 99.7 miles an hour.
1 out, 1 on. Here's Doug Flynn with the Mets down 5-0. 1 out in the 4th.
Bob Feller was clocked at 98.6. Rich Gossage clocked in 1980 at 99.4.
Feller had a normal temperature for a pitch.
He made an awful lot of hitters sick.
Thermometer went up.
But Feller was really a great curveball pitcher, and that's what the big difference is. If you got a great curve and can throw very hard, then you've got it going.
Stearns leads with 1 man out. Missing outside to Flynn, 2-0.
Sandy Koufax was clocked in 1960 at 93.2 miles an hour. He also had a great curveball.
Saw an old film once before they were able to clock it with the jugs gun. There's a fly ball to right field. It's carrying. Dane Orge flags it down at the warning track. And Stearns has to go back. There are 2 away. Started to say before they had all the newfound devices to clock the speed of a fastball. Saw an old film where they clocked the Bob Feller pitch by racing his pitch against a man on a motorcycle. And it was close. Ron Gardenhire, with the infield hit, beat it out on the ground ball to Templeton in the second inning. Loaded the bases, but the Mets couldn't score as Pat Zachary rounded out to second to end it. Many of the fans feeling that Zachary should have been lifted for a pinch hitter. 2-0 to Gardenhire. Stearns at first. He's single. He's 2 for 2. There's a strike from Sorensen. 2-1. Larry Sorensen over from the Milwaukee Brewers in the big trade that saw the Brewers get Ted Simmons, Raleigh Fingers, and Pete Vukovich. Cardinals got Lescano, David Green, and Sorensen. 2-2 now. Did he go after it? The first base umpire on the appeal says no. Jim Quick. Full count. And Stearns will be running with the pitch.
Let's have Mike Cubbage in the on-deck circle. So if Stearns gets on, Cubbage will pinch hit for the pitcher, and they have Mike Marshall throwing in the bullpen.
So a lot of action if Gardenhire can get going. Line drive to left center, a base hit. Stearns is going to third as the throw comes into second. And it's first and third on the hit and run, or on the play where Stearns was running. So the count was 3-2. The runner going, and it paid off.
Gardenhire gets his second hit of the ball game, and the Mets again threaten. Stearns into third, and Gardenhire at first base. And a conference at the mound is Hub Kettle, the pitching coach who has been in professional baseball 6 decades, comes out to the mound. You know, talking about hard throwers, a lot of people say that a pitcher named Steve Dalkowski was the hardest throwing pitcher ever. Never made it to the major leagues. Once pitched a one-hit game which he struck out 21 batters in 9 innings, and he lost 9-8. He once pitched a no-hitter in which he struck out 18 batters, walked 18, and lost 8-4. Never pitched an inning in the major leagues. In 995 innings in the minors, he struck out 1,396 batters and walked 1,354.
Man who just came out to talk to Sorensen never pitched an inning in the major leagues, Hub Kittle. But as you point out, 6 decades. Well, the Mets are threatening again with Mike Marshall getting ready as another Mike Cubbage steps up. Gardenhire is now 2 for 2. Mike Cubbage batting .241 overall, but having great success as a pinch hitter. Pinch hitting right here for Ray Searage. 5-0 Cardinals, 2 out of the 4th, and the Mets just trying to break through here. And this could do it, but a great catch by Templeton robs the Mets of a run. Gary Templeton leaping high into the air and makes a dandy catch. So no runs. Again, the Mets threaten and leave 2 on 2 hits. Well hit ball by Cubbage, trying to go the opposite way. So no runs, 2 hits, 2 left, and the score after 4. It's the Cardinals 5 and the Mets nothing. Coming up for St. Louis, Darrell Porter, Dane Orge, and Ken Oberkfell. And now here's a word from Manufacturers Hanover.
Manufacturers Hanover knows each one of you saves your own special way. The ones who practice saving long term.
This'll be ready when you are, Doc.
Or who save while they practice. That's why we have so many different savings plans. One will fit you to a T. The ones who save today for tomorrow. or who saved yesterday for today. However you see fit to save, Manufacturers Hanover will fit you to an MHT.
In the 8 years the Democrats have run things in New Jersey, the tax load for every man, woman, and child has doubled. There are 21,000 more state employees, and the state budget has jumped 141%. People have had enough.
The Democrats, all they do in New Jersey, add taxes.
Where's all the money going? And yet they claim they're going to run out of money. Now, where is it?
We're getting ripped off. As a matter of fact, all taxpayers in New Jersey are getting ripped off.
Vote Republican for a change.
Mike Marshall is the new pitcher for the Mets as we get ready for the 5th inning. Cardinals lead at 5-0. Marshall with a record of 3-2 throws the screwball. And he is appearing in his 15th game, has a 3.15 earned run average. He's had his ups and downs since coming over to the Mets, coming out of retirement at the age of 38. Last pitched for Minnesota last year. So Ray Searage went 2 innings, gave up no runs, 1 hit, walked 2, and struck out 1. Darrell Porter takes a ball. Searage doing a fine job in relief. Has not allowed a run in his last 6 appearances now, 10 in the 3rd innings, allowing just a total of 3 hits. Porter 0 for 1 with a walk. Gulfs it down the line. And it's in toward the corner. It's a foul ball as Howard takes a slide across the foul line.
It's the only way he could stop himself without crashing into that wall out there. He's going full speed right here, and if he doesn't go down on the ground, he's going to crash into the wall.
He took a little look out of the corner of his eye how close he was to that fence and made a good move.
Porter really hanging into that high screwball.
1-2 now to Darrell Porter. Look out. Looked like it was going to hit him, and then it tailed away.
And another hanging screwball.
Marshall gave up that 2-run homer to pinch hitter Julio Gonzalez in the 13th inning at St. Louis last weekend. Give the Cardinals the 4-2 win. Two and 2 to Porter. Full count now. 29-year-old Darrell Porter. His top year was 79 when he hit 291 under Whitey Herzog at Kansas City. There's a bouncer right side of the infield. Good backhand by Kingman, and Marshall covered.
Kingman is very good at feeding the pitcher coming over to cover first. He gets the ball to him in a hurry. That way he doesn't have to look for the bag and the ball at the same time. We'll look at it again. Now watch how quickly Kingman gets the ball to him. And it gives Marshall time to look at the ball and then find the bag.
So 1 out. And stepping up is Dane Orge. Hit a 2-run single in the 1st inning with 2 out. And the bases loaded. Then he walked in the 3rd. Ball 1 to Orge. Brother Garth with the Toronto Blue Jays. Well hit, but foul.
Mike Marshall is the only 20th century pitcher to hold league records in the same category. Pitching appearances, 106 in the National League and 90 in the American League.
106 with the Dodgers in 1974. And then just a few years later with Minnesota. 1-2 now to Orge. 2-2. He's having a great second half, this guy, batting .330 overall for the season. Goes after it and fouls it back. Count holds. 2-2. Marshall, the 3rd pitcher used in the ball game. by the Mets. Cardinals scored 2 in the first, 3 in the third. The big shot, a 3-run homer by Hendrick. Here's a high fly ball, deep right field. Howard started in. Backpedals to the warning track. The ball really carrying. 2 out. Howard is playing right field like he's been out there for 20 years. He just came up a week ago from Tidewater, but he really patrols the territory well. Very confident. Here's Ken Oberkfell, who's 0 for 2. He flied out and popped out. Batting .286. You see the heavy lampblack on this sunny day. The shadow is really creeping up out in front of home plate. 1 strike.
That's when you know you're in the last part of the season, when those shadows start to extend.
That one scattered the Cardinal dugout.
Got to see a few towels of surrender.
The white towel. They'll need one. 1 and 2. Gets away from Marshall, slipped out of his hands. 2 and 2. The kinestheologist when he's not pitching. Screwball misses, and it's a full count. 2 out in the 5th, 5-0 Cardinals. Ball 4. 6th walk by Met pitchers, and I think they're all on 3-2 pitches.
They have been.
Switch hitter Gene Roof, 0 for 1 with a walk, had a very good series against the Mets at St. Louis. He made his first major league start against the Mets last weekend. High. 1-0. He went 3 for 8 with a double, 2 RBIs, and 3 stolen bases against the Mets. And made a very fine catch on a line shot off Kingman's bat in left field. 1 ball, 1 strike to Roof, who is the younger brother of a former major league catcher, Phil Roof, who used to catch Jim Cott at Minnesota. Cott now in the Cardinal bullpen. Two and 1. Ken Oberkfell, the runner at first with 2 out. Mets about hit the Cardinals, believe it or not, 7-6, but they've been outscored 5-0. Right off the end of the bat, it's a fair ball. Ubi Brooks throws it into right field. Oberkfell dashes into third. And Roof will hold at first as the throw comes into Flynn. That was kind of a mixed up play. Brooks, on the hesitation, decided to whip it to second and went way beyond Flynn.
The ball hit right off the end of the handle of the bat and fielded by Brooks, and he fires offline to Doug Flynn, and the throw also late. So that leaves runners at third base. You look at Oberkfell there and at first base.
There's Larry Sorensen. He might have had a shot at Roof because Roof thought the ball was going foul. It took him some time to get out of the batter's box. Sorensen 0 for 2. 1 ball, no strikes. So it's first and third with 2 out. The error by Ubi Brooks, Oberkfell, and Roof, the base runners. Here's a top ball. This won't be an easy play. Ubi does it. Fine running play by Ubi Brooks to retire the side. So no runs, no hits, a walk, an error, 2 left, and the score in the middle of 5. It's the Cardinals 5, the Mets nothing. And coming up for the Mets, the top of the order, Mookie Wilson, Mike Howard, and Ubi Brooks. And now a word from Datsun.
The word is awesome. Introducing the newest Datsun Z car. Now, turbo driven. the new Datsun Turbo Z car, and you own the road.
And the results of the second race at OTB. Christine Driscoll won. The rhythm section at Jazzland placed, and Jimmy the Welder showed.
At New York City OTB, you can win even if your horse doesn't. You win a place bet if your horse runs first or second, a show bet for first, second, or third. OTB pays off almost $2 million in winning bets a day.
That's the second time I've won with the A-horse.
Play it again, Sam.
OTB people, the winningest people in town.
Now, see an exclusive inside nightly report on what's happening in the world of entertainment on Entertainment Tonight. Watch it weeknights at 7:30. Now on 9.
Mookie Wilson taking the first pitch outside as we go into the bottom of the fifth. 5-0 St. Louis. Bouncing ball, good hop for Hernandez, and he races to the bag and beats out Mookie.
Mookie has beaten 2 pitchers to first base on ground balls to Hernandez in this series, so this time Hernandez says, I'll take it myself.
And in those previous plays, Hernandez making outstanding plays in the field. This one a little bit easier.
And he might have beat Sorensen over to the bag, too. So Hernandez says, oh, I'll try it myself. I think I can win the race, and he does.
And he just did get out of the way of that onrushing train. Mike Howard 0 for 2. Switch hitter takes a strike. Mets having difficulty sustaining an attack. They've won 2 in a row with high-scoring ball games, 8-1 and 6-2, but right now they're being shut out 5-0. And this is one through the hole. Howard is aboard. So 1 out and 1 on. Howard with his first hit. He is now 3 for 13 as a major leaguer.
Well, the Mets have been scattering singles all over the place. They had 3 singles in the second and didn't score, 2 in the third and didn't score, 2 in the fourth and didn't score, and now they have 1 here on Howard's base hit in the 5th inning. Hard to score runs on just singles. You got to get too many of them.
Hubie Brooks 1 for 2. Here's a base hit up the middle. Howard will make it into second, and the Mets have 2 base runners with 1 out. Hubie with his second hit, and once again the cheers go up for Dave Kingman. Well, the Mets have had the bases loaded in the second, first and second in the third, first and third in the fourth, and now first and second in the fifth, trying to cash in.
And right here, Hubie continues his strong hitting. He now has had 7 hits in the 3 games as you look at his base hit to center field.
He is 7 for 11 in this series, and he has an 8-game hitting streak. That's his longest. Dave Kingman flying to deep left and hit into a double play. Ball 1. Shadows now midway between home plate and the mound. And Kingman looking to park one right here. He hit the 3-run shot yesterday.
3-run home run here would put them back in the ball game. They'd be trailing 5-3.
In the 5th inning. Popped it up. Hernandez fighting the sun. And there are 2 out. He got under the ball. So Howard at second. Brooks at first with 2 away. And we wait for Lee Mazzilli. Conference taking place on the mound. Well, Sorensen once again trying to escape trouble. Mazzilli lined a base hit to center of the second and grounded to second in the fourth. 1 for 2. Hitting .229. 5 homers, 29 RBIs. Well, he's capable of putting one out as well, but most of his power comes from the other side. There's a drive to deep left center field, but Roof is there. A line drive off Basili's bat, but Gene Roof hauled it in. So that retires the side again. The Mets leave them stranded. No runs, 2 hits, 2 left, and the score after 5 as Bob Murphy and Art Shamsky come in to describe the action. The Cardinals 5, the Mets nothing. And coming up for St. Louis, they're top of the order with Tommy Herr, Gary Templeton, Keith Hernandez. Now here's a word from Budweiser.
For all the guys who keep the action from getting out of hand, this Bud's for you.
This Bud's for you. There's no one else who does it quite the way you do. So here's to you. You know it isn't only what you say, it's what you do. This Bud's for you. This Bud's for you. For all you do, the king of beers is coming through.
Yeah, just for you. That distinctively clean, crisp taste that says Budweiser.
For all you do.
This Bud's for you.
Hello, I'm Tom Dunn.
And I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Now we're covering more of your world with New York's only hour-long midday report.
We have headline news and features.
Ken Pruitt with the business report.
Film and theater critic Judith Crist.
Marianne Pedersen on family activity.
And family medical guidance from Dr. Lendon Smith.
Consumer update, shopping tips, and visits to interesting restaurants.
News at noon, now a full hour on Channel 9.
Inning 6 now here at Shea Stadium. Tommy Herr up against Mike Marshall. Inside and low, ball 1. A beautiful Indian summer day in New York. Now he lays off. Marshall behind, 2 balls and no strikes. And our quiz is on the board. Name the top 4 on the Cardinals' all-time hit list. Line to the opposite field, base hit. Taken on 1 hop by Lee Mazzilli. Name the top 4 on the Cardinals' all-time hit list. They all had over 2,000 hits in their career with St. Louis. Everybody will say Stan Musial.
Well, he has to be the number 1. Let's see. Lou Brock had over 3,000, so he's 2. How about Red Shandies, who's a coach with the Cardinals?
Red had a hatful. Here's Gary Templeton. Templeton, 2 for 2 and a walk. A bunt single, then a walk, and then a bloop double down the right field line. There goes the runner. He had a great jump. The throw. Oh, what a throw, but not quite in time. Gardenhire thought they might have had him. You got to give an A+ to John Stearns for that throw. Herr had a marvelous jump, and Stearns almost got him.
Well, John Stearns is throwing better and better. This time guns the ball down right on target. Tommy Herr just had a good jump off the pitcher.
Good call by second base umpire Bob Engel. He was safe. It was close. And the screwball missing. 1 ball and 1 strike. Dan Boitano is in the bullpen. Fly ball to center field, fairly deep. Back goes Mookie Wilson. Herr will tag at second. Now Herr will go to third. Mookie throwing that in that direction. It'll be cut off. So with 1 away, Tommy Herr is on third. Art Shamsky, I'm sure it's probably already been done, but at least we can add our wishes for a very speedy recovery of our director, Bill Webb, down sideline with a bad cold. We'll get him back quickly.
Well, I hope he's back very, very shortly. But Jeff Mitchell, I'm sure, will do the most capable job.
You bet your life. Good backup. The infield is in. The batter, Hernandez. And a strike call. That Cardinal bullpen led by Bruce Sutter. The Mets know they can ill afford to give up a great deal more. They have given up too much already. And a strike call. Look, Hernandez up there looking for the screwball, and Marshall throws him 2 fastballs.
Well, he's taken a couple pitches with the runner on third. You never like to do that. You want to swing the bat, but he is such a good hitter. I'm sure he knows what he's doing up there.
Inside low, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, the percentages are so much in your favor when you have the infield in. You're a left-hand batter against a right-hand pitcher, although the pitcher out there has a screwball, but it's always a little bit more fun to hit in that situation.
And a ground ball taken by Flynn. He's throwing the ball home. Stearns has him, and he's out at the plate. So it paid off. The infield was in. Tommy Herr tries to score, and Doug Flynn nails him. Let's watch it. You'll enjoy it.
Well, Doug makes a good play going a little bit to his left and throws home, and a nice play by John Stearns on the tag. Tommy Herr tries to get a fadeaway slide, and John stays with it and makes the put out with a nice tag. There's another angle, some great camera work. You see Tommy Herr looking at the ball, now racing home. There's the fadeaway slide and a good tag by John Stearns.
Good looking defensive play by that man, Doug Flynn and John Stearns. Screwball outside now to George Hendry. Doug Flynn, who won the Gold Glove for fielding excellence last season, might win it again this year.
Well, he's made more errors this year than he did last year, but they don't always give that Golden Glove on errors.
The Gold Glove is decided by your peers. It is the vote of the managers and the coaches. And it's why the players feel so good about that award. Hit hard to shortstop. Gardenhire stands his ground. Now to Flynn for the force out. No runs. There was a hit and a man left. After 5 1/2, the score, St. Louis 5 and New York nothing. Coming up, John Stearns, Doug Flynn, and Ron Gardenhire. And now a word from Manufacturers Hanover.
Manufacturers Hanover knows each one of you saves your own special way. The ones who have a lifetime to save, or who make time to save. That's why we have so many different savings plans. One will fit you to a T. The ones who save today for tomorrow. The ones who saved yesterday for today.
Thanks, Daddy.
However you see fit to save, Manufacturers Hanover will fit you to an MHT.
The secret to gasoline is not to buy the most octane, but the right octane.
Jerry Burke talks about gasoline.
With 3 grades, I can satisfy just about any car. But octane isn't the only way you judge gasoline. Dependable gasoline has to start quick and keep your carburetor clean. Those are qualities Exxon puts in all 3 of their gasolines. So whatever grade you buy, it's good.
Exxon has thousands of independent dealers who offer a choice of quality products and services. Jerry Burke is one of them.
Join Rich Little on the show where anything can happen anywhere in the world because you asked for it. Watch it weeknights at 7, now on 9.
John Stearns will face Larry Sorensen, home half of the 6th inning. The Mets have had 8 left on base in the first 5 innings. Strike 1.
Right now, it's a little bit of a difficult time for a hitter. You can see shadows right in front of the mound, then the field covered up, and then some sunlight right in front of the plate. It's always difficult to watch the ball coming out of the pitcher's hand from sunlight to shadows to sunlight back to shadows.
John has 2 for 2, a bunt single and a line drive single. He wants timeout. Sorensen with a count of 2-1. That's Doug Bear loosening in the Cardinal bullpen. Fastball just missing, 3-1. That's getting down toward the number 9 spot in the batting order, so they'll get their bullpen going. Strike call, 3-2. St. Louis 5, New York nothing. Such an important game for the Mets. If they win, they're only 2.5 out of first, but if they lose, they'll be 4.5 back. And a broken bat ground ball foul down the third base line.
Boy, if is such an important word in sports. If the Mets maybe would have snuck a victory in last weekend in St. Louis, there you see Jesse Roscoe warming up in the Mets bullpen, but the Mets could have maybe stole a game last weekend in St. Louis. All the difference in the world in this series.
And it's fought off and fouled away by John Stearns. It stays 3-2. Two weeks to go in the baseball season. Reached the point now where you can say every game is a big game, and it is until you're eliminated. Fouled off again. St. Louis will go to Wrigley Field to play 2. Mets are home here at Shea tomorrow night playing Pittsburgh. Greg Harris will start against Louis Tiant. And the Tuesday game with the Pirates is a 5:05 p.m. game. Ground ball down to first. Hernandez, a nifty pickup. And now Sorensen covering. Hernandez, a nifty glove man around first.
Oh, he can pick it at first base, that's for sure. We're going to see this last play. First baseman have made some good plays in this ball game. Dave Kingman, now Keith Hernandez on the run. Complete turnaround, circle, and then a flip over to the pitcher covering the bag.
Doug Flynn is 0 for 2, but has hit the ball very hard both times up. And there's a shot for a base hit down the left field line. Flynn will be rounding first and going for 2. The throw to second, and he's safe. Going in headlong, Doug Flynn arrives in time and has a 2-base hit down the line.
Well, the third baseman, Ken Oberfeld, was way off the bag. He didn't think Doug would be pulling the ball. Doug pulled it down the third base line, and there you see the left fielder, Gene Roof, picking up, and there's the head-first slide.
First 2 times up in the game, Doug had hit the ball to right field. They were not expecting him to pull it down the line that way.